All right, good evening, everyone. We are reconvening from closed session, and I would like to make the following disclosures. By a 5-0 vote, the City Council authorized and directed the City Attorney's Office to defend the case of Addie Brown versus the City of Elk Grove as identified by the case number listed on the City Council agenda. With that, I will adjourn the special meeting. It is now 6:05 p.m. And I will now call to order the regular Elk Grove City Council meeting. Today is Wednesday, May the 12th, 2021, and it is 6:05 p.m. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Consistent with Executive Orders N-29-20 and N-35-20 issued by the Governor of the State of California, this meeting will be conducted by teleconference only. Meeting location will be the City Council chamber, but it will not be open to the public. This meeting of the Elk Grove City Council will be replayed on Metro Cable Channel 14 on Friday, May 14th at 1 p.m. and Thursday, May 20th at 6 p.m. It is also being closed captioned. It'll be webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. City Council meeting videos are also archived on the city's website at elkgrovecity.org. For members of the participating audience who may have personal electronic devices, please place them on silent mode during the meeting or on mute when you are not speaking. The Elk Grove City Council welcomes, appreciates, and encourages participation in the City Council meeting. City Council requests that you limit your presentation to 3 minutes per person so that all present will have time to participate. City Council reserves the right to reasonably limit the total time for public comment on any particular noticed agenda item as it may deem necessary. Pursuant to resolution number 2010-24, no individual speaker concerning public comment may address the City Council for more than 3 minutes. In the Zoom environment, a speaker timer will be displayed counting down the 3-minute time. For callers connecting direct via telephone, they can utilize the raise hand feature by pressing *9. For our participants in the Zoom environment, you can use that raise hand feature as we approach the item that you wish to speak and address public comment on. For our folks, if they are dialing in via a phone, the city clerk, myself, will run a speaker timer, but also have a bell that sounds. A single bell ding will sound to inform you when 1 minute remains after those first 2 minutes have passed. So you have 1 minute to wrap up. And when the total 3-minute time concludes, a series of bells will sound. As we do, we will roll now into the roll call. As we do for our teleconference meetings, we do all of our roll calls, but also all votes that we take verbally. And I'll be starting with the roll call with Councilmember Spies.
Present.
Councilmember Hume.
Here.
Councilmember Suen.
Here.
Vice Mayor Wynn.
Here.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Here, thank you. All right, we're going to go on to our next item, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. If I can have everyone rise, and Councilmember Spies will lead us.
Okay. Please stand, hand over heart, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, at this time, we will please, I'd like everyone to join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. Next item.
Take us on to section 2, approval of the agenda.
All right, can I get a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
And with the motion and second for approval of the agenda, I will start on that vote with Councilmember Spies.
Yes.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wynn.
Yes.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Yes.
With the vote of 5-0, we have an approved agenda. That will take us through section 3.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Oh, next item, sorry.
Got it.
Yeah,
My apologies. That'll take us through section 3, our closed session, as there are no closed session items on the regular agenda. And we will head into section 4, our presentations and announcements, starting with item 4.1, which is a proclamation recognizing May 16th to the 22nd, 2021 as National Public Works Week.
Do we have Mr. Werner?
I believe he's pulling up on camera here.
All right, and with the city clerk, would you mind reading some of the declarations in the proclamation?
Let me unmute myself first. And for those declarations on our proclamation, pardon me as my systems are just pulling the information up. Public works services provided in our community are an integral part of our citizens' everyday lives. And whereas the support of an understanding and informed citizenry is vital to the efficient operation of public works systems and programs, such as recycling and waste, traffic management, transit, drainage, street maintenance, real estate engineering, and construction. And whereas the health and safety, welfare, and quality of life of the city of Elk Grove residents greatly depends on these services. Whereas the quality and effectiveness of these services, as well as their planning, design, and construction, is vitally dependent upon the efforts and skills of public works employees. And whereas the efficiency of the qualified and dedicated personnel who staff the Department of Public Works is influenced by the public's attitude and understanding of the importance of the work they perform. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Elk Grove hereby proclaims May 16th through the 22nd, 2021 as National Public Works Week in the City of Elk Grove, and urges Elk Grove residents and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with Elk Grove Public Works services and programs.
Thank you, sir. Take it away, Jeff.
Good evening, Mayor Singh Allen, Vice Mayor Nguyen, and members of the City Council. My name is Jeff Werner. I'm your soon-to-be Public Works Director. I'd first like to thank the Mayor and the Council for its continued support for the Public Works Department and for the opportunity to recognize the importance of the role Public Works plays in the community and for the opportunity to highlight what an amazing Public Works team we have here in Elk Grove. Public Works often operates behind the scenes, and most residents do not know what Public Works is, yet everything we do is front and center 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Building and maintaining roads, traffic signal operation, transit operations, stormwater and sewer collection, solid waste and recycling, water distribution, fleet and facility maintenance and operations, and generally keeping the city's infrastructure in a good state of repair, Public Works plays a major role in the day-to-day quality of life for residents. Of course, none of this is possible without dedicated and professional staff, and I'm grateful to have such an amazing team supporting the department and the residents of Elk Grove. As you all know, our current Public Works Director, Bob Murdoch, is retiring, and this is his last City Council meeting. So I'd like to say thank you to Bob for his years of service to the city and wish him all the best in retirement. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to highlight some of our accomplishments and exciting projects and events we have coming up. Bear with me as I pull up a brief slideshow. Next week, on Wednesday, May 19th at Elk Grove Park, we'll celebrate our annual Big Truck Day event, celebrate National Public Works Week with this event. This year, the event will be a drive-through event where parents and kids will drive through the park and check out vehicles that keep our city running. From garbage trucks to buses to street sweepers and tractors, parents and kids will have a wonderful time exploring these vehicles. We'll have giveaways and it will be a great experience for young children and families. CityWorks is an initiative that Public Works is very excited about. It is an asset management system that helps issue and track requests for service and work orders. It also seamlessly captures historical data that will help Public Works evaluate and maintain over 100,000 city assets. CityWorks went live for us on April 27th of this year, and we're just scratching the surface of what we'll be able to do to further improve the efficiency of our maintenance operations. Ultimately, the CityWorks software will have a major impact on how the department manages all city-owned assets. By using the many features, including equipment, labor, and materials cost tracking, the department will be able to efficiently use data to make informed decisions, resulting in more accurate and cost-effective programmed maintenance plans. CityWorks uses this data to create dashboards like the one you're seeing here that we can use to share information with the public and key stakeholders about our activities and effectiveness of our department. The city has an excellent pavement management program. Each year, Public Works maintains millions of square feet of roadway, helping to keep city streets in good condition to maintain a high quality of life for our residents and prevent costly repairs in the future. Elk Grove's average pavement condition index, or PCI, is currently 77, which is the highest in the county. A great accomplishment. This also puts us in the 90th percentile in the state. Next, I'd like to highlight some of our exciting capital improvement projects that we have in construction and wrapping up soon. First up is the Railroad Street and Old Town Plaza project. This project is anticipated to be completed in June, which is next month, so we're very excited about that. And in this next photo, you can see the pavilion area, and I wanted to highlight that we just started erecting the pavilion this week, so we're getting very close. Next is the preserve at District 56, which is anticipated to be completed in October. You can see the big lake there and the proximity to the aquatic center. We also have Camera Road Reconstruction, which is just underway. The project will reconstruct Camera Road between Bruceville Road and Lent Ranch Parkway. The anticipated completion date for this project is December of this year. And finally, we have the Grant Line Road Widening project, which will widen Grant Line Road to 4 lanes between Waterman Road and Bradshaw Road. This project has an anticipated completion date of April 2022. That concludes my presentation, and I'd like to again thank the council for its continued support and the opportunity to recognize the Public Works Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Excellent presentation. Is Bob here or?
He is here.
Mayor, I'm here. How are you?
Congratulations, and again, thank you so much for your service. Our city has thrived under your leadership, and although our relationship is new, you are legendary, and I just want to thank you personally for your commitment to our city.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And one thing I'd like to pass along that I told the city manager today, this is the best job I've had in my entire career. Working for Elk Grove is unlike working for any city. I've worked for a number of cities in a county, and the difference is significant. The amount of work we can do here, the absence of bureaucracy, and in particular, the support of the city council does not go unnoticed by staff, and it is greatly appreciated. And so, you know, it's great to pass this on to Jeff. He's going to do a great job. He's young, he's ambitious, he's energetic, which is what the Public Works Department needs. I'm the old guard. I'm moving on, and he's going to come in and keep Public Works moving forward, which is what's really needed. So I'm happy to step aside at this time and let Jeff take over. And I know he's going to do a great job, and the rest of the Public Works Department is going to do a great job. So I just want to say thank you to you, Mayor, and the City Council, and to Jason for all the support you've given Public Works, and for the leadership and for the culture that you've established, which is, to me, unmatched in all the agencies I've worked for in my career. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jeff, you've got big shoes to fill there, my friend. I see Councilmember Soon, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I also want to take a moment to congratulate Bob and Jeff, both of you, actually. Jeff isn't new to the department, but I'm sure he's going to do a great job going forward. Bob, I just want to take a moment to say a few words about your service. You know, since I joined the council, you came on board and you did fantastic things with this city. You are well respected throughout this Sacramento region. I've heard it directly from the public works directors throughout this region. So I just want to acknowledge that publicly. And the city of Elk Grove has really benefited from your service. You do a job that, you know, if nothing goes wrong, you don't hear anything, which means you're doing a great job, right? Because we don't hear things too often about whether it's, you know, many of the public works programs. So again, it's a testament to your service here and the job you've done. I'm jealous, but congratulations on your retirement. Best wishes on your next adventure, and please don't be a stranger.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Hume?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Bob, I'd like to echo all of Councilmember Sewell's comments and just say that, in your tenure, first of all, class act to give so much praise to the city and to Jason's leadership and to the council. I really appreciate you taking the time to do that. But I just want to say that as far as how you've got the department headed in a positive direction and really built up the team around you, as evidenced by the fact that one of your own team members will be moving up to try and fill those shoes that Darren mentioned. And so I just want to say you look more relaxed already, and I wish you well, and I thank you for all of your service and your long distinguished career. And I can say from the boards that I sit on, where you've had to negotiate on behalf of the city of Elk Grove, I echo Councilmember Sewell's comments that the respect for you is deep and wide. So thank you, and happy trails, and congratulations, Jeff. We look forward to great things from you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilmember Spies?
Yeah, so, first I'll start with, with the statement relative to Public Works. It's one of those jobs that just absolutely, it doesn't go to the top of everyone's mind. And some would say that Public Works certainly isn't the sexiest part of governance. But you know what, without Public Works, it's a big problem. It's obviously a critically important part of our city. And to Bob, really have appreciated your leadership in Public Works over the last few years. Yeah, I'm hoping that one day I'll get to retire. So I am, I jealously look around the corner at you and oh gosh, that guy gets to retire. But congratulations and thank you. And to Jeff, we're looking forward to working with you. Obviously, yeah, you got some big shoes to fill, but we know you're ready to get to the challenge, and I'm glad to have you with us on the team in this role. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Nguyen, are you on the line?
Yes, thank you. I was just going to say I can't do the raise your hand feature because I'm driving home right now to get logged on. But Mr. Murdoch, I echo everything that's been said. I've heard so many horror stories about other public works department in different cities. And I always smile and I sit back and I say, I don't have any of that in the city here where I'm at. And everybody says when we mention your name that you are so lucky to have him. And so I want to thank you, and exactly like what Councilmember Hume said, what a class act. You're giving everybody else the kudos and the credit, but really you led that department and you made it so easy for us. And I appreciate you. I appreciate being on this council and you always being there to explain things as a new council member, not understanding it and making it easy for me to understand it, but also working with all of us as well too. You're going to be missed. We'll definitely feel that, but I also know that under your leadership and guidance was Jeff Werner. And so I look forward to working with you, Mr. Werner, and congratulations on your new job. Don't go too far, Bob Murdoch, because I'm sure we'll be pulling you back in for something. You can't go too far anyways, because you talked about how great the city was. I think if anything, you're going to miss us and you're going to want to come back for something for sure. Congratulations. Thank you again, and look forward to working with you even after all of this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you again. Any closing remarks, Mr. Murdoch?
No, I'm just, as Mr. Hume said, even my wife has noticed I'm more relaxed. So it's something heading in the right direction.
Well deserved, well earned. Thank you. And Godspeed on your next journey.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we will go on to our next item.
That'll take us on to item 4.2, which is a proclamation recognizing May as Building Safety Month.
All right, as previously, I'll have you read some of the covenants, Mr. Clerk, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Diller.
Indeed, and for our proclamation for Building Safety Month for the month of May 2021, those statements start off with, whereas the City of Elk Grove's commitment to recognizing community growth and continuing efforts to address the critical issues of safety, energy efficiency, water conservation, and resilience in the built environment that affect our citizens, both in everyday life and in times of natural disaster, give us confidence that our structures are safe and sound. And whereas our confidence is achieved through the devotion of vigilant guardians, building safety and fire prevention officials, architects, engineers, builders, tradespeople, laborers, and others in the construction industry who work year-round to ensure the safe construction of buildings. And whereas the California Building Code, the Elk Grove Municipal Code, and the City of Elk Grove Building Safety Division, in coordination with the Cosumnes Fire Department and fire prevention staff that administer the code, ensure these safeguards protect the public from natural disasters such as storms, tornadoes, which do happen. We've had them here, wildland fires, floods, and earthquakes. And whereas Building Safety Month exists to remind the public about the critical role of our community's largely unknown guardians of public safety, our local code officials who assure us of safe, efficient, and livable buildings that are essential to the community. And whereas building codes, driving growth through innovation, resilience, and safety is the theme for Building Safety Month 2021 and encourages all Americans to raise awareness of the importance of building safe and resilient construction, fire prevention, disaster mitigation, water safety and conservation, energy efficiency, and new technologies in the construction industry. Building Safety Month 2021 encourages appropriate steps everyone can take to ensure that the places where we live, learn, work, worship, and play are safe and sustainable, and recognizes that countless lives have been saved due to the implementation of safety codes by local and state agencies. And whereas the City of Elk Grove strives to innovate through the streamlining of permitting processes and improved communication with our development community in order to ensure that while compliance with codes are achieved, they are done so in a way that does not hinder economic vitality. And whereas each year, in observance of Building Safety Month, Americans are asked to consider projects to improve building safety and sustainability at home and in the community, and to acknowledge the essential service provided to all of us by local building departments and fire prevention bureaus in protecting lives and property. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Elk Grove hereby proclaim the month of May 2021 as Building Safety Month. Accordingly, we encourage our citizens to join with their communities in participation in Building Safety Month activities.
Thank you, Mr. Lindgren. I'll turn it over to Mr. Diller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm Shane Diller, the Assistant Director of Development Services. And on behalf of Director Darren Wilson and myself, we want to thank you for this Building Safety Month proclamation, recognizing the importance that building safety plays in our community. Your Building Safety Division, in partnership with Cosumnes Fire's Fire Prevention Bureau, take the themes of this year's Building Safety Month very seriously. The themes are broken down by weeks, and week one focused on energy and innovation. Here at Elk Grove, we pride ourselves on seeking innovative ways to achieve code compliance while streamlining our processes. Our Permit Simplicity, Pass, and TI Tuesday programs provide applicants opportunities to engage our processes with as little complication as possible. Week two focuses on training and mentoring the next generation of building safety professionals. Your building safety staff does take this to heart, whether it's through hosting students as part of the annual Summer at City Hall internship program, or serving as judges at SAC Regional Builder Exchange's annual high school construction competitions that they hold at Cosumnes River College. We recognize that young people are an important asset, and we're excited to show them the opportunities that exist in local government and specifically in building safety. Week three focuses on water safety. Obviously, in the Central Valley of California, that's a critical area of need. Through enforcing requirements for pools and spas to be constructed with effective drowning prevention systems, or ensuring that our drinking water is safe through code-compliant delivery systems, your building safety staff works hard to ensure Elk Grove's a city that respects the value and commodity for both recreation and service that water provides. Lastly, week four focuses on disaster preparedness. And in building safety, we view this discipline in a unique way. We recognize how buildings and infrastructure are designed and built, and how that provides a foundation for safety and resiliency that act as prevention for disasters from the moment they're finished. California and its adopted codes are at the forefront of designing with disasters in mind. This is an important reminder that many of the standards adopted in our building codes are established to keep people and property safe when worst case scenarios strike. Now, I want to take a minute and recognize and thank a couple of gentlemen who lead the real work that's done in Elk Grove's building safety effort. I'd like to introduce you to Elk Grove Building Official Brian Fringer, and then have him pass it off to Consumers CSD Fire Marshal Lance Ray. Brian, if you could join us and share a little bit about the department.
Absolutely. Thank you, Shane. Good evening, and thank you for the confirmation of Building Safety Month. The Elk Grove Building Division strives to implement safeguards for public safety and works in coordination with the various divisions to ensure efficiency and construction project success. One key component to the Development Services Department success has been our ability to adapt. And at the start of the pandemic last year, the team developed a successful electronic submittal process that we are currently continuing to use today. And this helped ensure the public and staff are operating in a COVID-safe environment. During the fiscal year, the Development Services Division has issued close to 6,000 new construction permits. And with that, thank you for your time, and I will turn it over to Chief Lance Ray.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Indeed, you're coming through loud and clear. Please proceed.
Great, thank you. So I just want to take a quick opportunity really to thank City Council and City Management for allowing us to participate this evening. We are truly grateful for the cooperation we receive from the Development Services, specifically Darren, Shane, and Brian. They are terrific to work for. In the Public Works presentation, talked about the attitude and professionalism of that organization, which I've gotten to see firsthand as well. Your Development Services is second to none in that area as well. Coming from outside the region and working with the professionals you have in there. It's truly made the transition for me into my position much, much easier. They are solution-oriented individuals without sacrificing safety. Some of the best individuals in the business. So again, we also recognize the support those individuals receive from City Council and City Management, and we appreciate that as well. So thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this. Thank you for the cooperation we receive on a daily basis, and we look forward to continuing a cooperative and productive relationship well into the future.
Thanks, Chief Ray and Brian. Madam Mayor, that's what we have for you this evening. Again, thank you very much for the proclamation. And if there are any questions, staff's available.
Thank you again. Thank you for the presentation and keeping us all safe. Brian, Lance, and Shane, thank you for this presentation. I don't see any. Oh, I see Darren. You have your hand raised. Councilmember Soon, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I also wanted to echo that, on behalf of all the residents in Elk Grove, really appreciate all the work you all do. The fact that we can walk in any home or building that's been built here in this city safely and not worry about it falling down on us is something that we take for granted. So just want to make sure we acknowledge the work that you guys do and really appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see any other hands raised, so I'll just close it out by saying thank you again for your service and keeping our community safe. Job well done, everyone. Thank you. We will move on to our next item.
The next item will be item 4.3, which is the Youth Commission semi-annual update.
All right, we have a presentation from our Youth Commission.
I believe so. I think staff will be pulling that up and sharing their screen here soon. And I think it's a kind of combo of presentation and video that was put together.
All right, take it away. Thank you.
City Council, my name is Carrie Monty, Administrative Analyst in the City Manager's Office, and Advisor for the—
Carrie, the volume, we're not hearing you.
Another tough year for the Commission. I'd like to acknowledge—
Not at all.
Now we can. Before it was very muted, like barely heard you.
Okay.
Let's try it again.
Hold on.
If you can start from the top and also do the full screen, Carrie, when you start up the PowerPoint, but also then turn up that volume.
Okay. I have the volume at 100, so I think I speak too quietly. Okay, here, let me try it.
You're coming out nicely now.
Unfortunately, this was recorded, so here we go.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Carrie Monty, Administrative Analyst in the City Manager's Office and Advisor for the Elk Grove Youth Commission. This has been another tough year for the—
Carrie, you might want to hit pause again. We just need you to get into the share screen environment.
Okay.
Excellent. So we got that up, and then just go full screen and then from the beginning.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Carrie Monty, Administrative Analyst in the City Manager's Office.
Sorry.
I think we almost have it there. Just have to get it synced up and rolling. But this is for just for our viewing public. We're on item 4.3, and this is the Youth Commission semi-annual update. We're just having some tech issues in order to pull up the presentation. We should have it up here soon.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Carrie Monty, Administrative Analyst in the City Manager's Office and Advisor for the Elk Grove Youth Commission. This has been another tough year for the Commission. These members have had such great ideas, and even though they weren't able to execute all of them, they really have stayed positive through it all. I hope they know that even though the year did not allow them to do all that they hoped, their hard work and dedication has not gone unnoticed. As most of the meetings have been, we've held this entire Youth Commission year virtually. Some of these students have not met in person, but somehow have still created such a bond. I'd like to acknowledge all of the Youth Commission members for the 2020-2021 school year. They're listed on the screen.
Carrie, it looks like you're having some issues on your side. Do you want to see if I can drive from where I'm at?
Yeah, that would be great. Sorry, Nicole's trying to help me.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull this up on my side and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, everyone, for your continued patience.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Carrie Monty, Administrative Analyst in the City Manager's Office and Advisor for the Elk Grove Youth Commission. This has been another tough year for the Commission. These members have had such great ideas, and even though they weren't able to execute all of them, they really have stayed positive through it all. I hope they know that even though the year did not allow them to do all that they hoped, their hard work and dedication has not gone unnoticed. As most of the meetings have been, we've held this entire Youth Commission year virtually. Some of these students have not met in person, but somehow have still created such a bond. I'd like to acknowledge all of the Youth Commission members for the 2020-2021 school year. They're listed on the screen that you can see. We have 3 students presenting tonight, and so without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to Adinka Maddie, our historian.
So this year we wanted to have a similar type of plugin for our past Youth Commission events that we had over the years, so that visitors who come onto our site kind of know what the Youth Commission is about and what we do and what we practice and kind of what our goal is for over the years and what our expectations look like. This is kind of an example of what users would see when they opened up our plugin on our website. Obviously, we'd have more events, but starting with something like the food drive, which we just had this year, and we have the pictures for. They would be able to click through and look through different topics like such. When they click on the events, like the food drive, as I mentioned before, they'll have 3 options to look through different pictures. Usually they'll be formatted like before the event planning, 2 during the event, and 3 after the event. And we would like to have a significance of the event, testimonies from teens or youth that went to the event, and what the planning kind of looked like, whether it was on Zoom or in the following years in person, to show all the hard work that goes into it, and also having a description of what the event was and a date for reference. So our first event this year was the food drive, which was held December 4th from 4 to 7 at the Aquatics Complex. And this was just an event that was organized to get canned donations from food from volunteers around the city. And we had 3 locations around the city, 3, but the main location was at the Aquatic Center, where we had our youth commissioners collecting, giving gifts and participation in raffles, and we even had our own mascot. Along with the food drive, we had a car decoration contest where people could add Christmas themed decorations to their cars for a prize. We had a pretty good amount of donations at the aquatic complex and around town at our other locations. And these are some pictures of the food drive. You can see commissioners giving and receiving donations. The participation of the one car that didn't, in fact, participate, but they did go all out with a Christmas tree in the backyard, so definitely deserved. And yeah. And here's some more pictures of our mascot Mide in her Santa Claus costume, holding some donations and just all around spring cheer, and even with a volunteer. So it was overall a really great event and it helped a lot of people.
Hello, I'm Mide Agri-Davis, Chair of the Youth Commission. This year, our commission had so many great ideas, and in order to ensure that we got everything fulfilled, we created some awesome subcommittees. The first subcommittee that we had was focusing on changes we wanted made to the rules of Youth Commission. A request from council was made to look into additional opportunities from youth. An ad hoc committee was formed alongside a youth subcommittee formed to discuss updates to the structure of the Youth Commission. Some options discussed were creating a separate commission, increasing the number of Youth Commission members, creating youth or council advisory boards, and adding additional criteria on application. The changes chosen to be made to the municipal code were attempting to evenly represent each high school and varying ages and grades within Youth Commission requirements, updating the absence and tardy policy, and defining officer roles and responsibilities.
Hello, I'm Victoria Martinez, and I'm going to be presenting about the scholarship subcommittee. So, starting off with the scholarship criteria. So, this is divided into requirements, amount, and impact. So, the requirements for the scholarship, they were fairly loose in that any high schooler could apply. So, it's not like the typical scholarship that's usually only reserved for 12th graders. We wanted to recognize the 9th through 11th graders that have just been taking the initiative to serve their community and demonstrating resilience to improving themselves, demonstrating a great strength in academics and extracurriculars, and just demonstrating activity in their community. And we wanted to give them the opportunity to earn money so that they can move forward with their lives and hopefully, come back and contribute in the future. So, speaking of money, so there are 3 categories for these scholarships, and there's 5 scholarship winners in total. So there's 2 merit-based scholarship winners, and each of these scholarships is worth $500. So there's one 9th through 11th grade winner and one 12th grade winner. And for the Outstanding Achievement Scholarship, there's one 9th grade through 11th grade winner, and one 12th grade winner. And this is also, each of those is $500. And for the Exceptional Youth Scholarship, which is the most amount of money, that's $1,000. It's one 12th grader only. And we decided to have that one as a 12th grader only just because they can demonstrate that throughout their years, they've been taking initiative in their community and also bettering themselves and just showing the resilience and stuff we were looking for. And the impact of these scholarships is that they'll recognize exceptional students, not only those who have excelled in their academics and those who are 12th graders, we're also recognizing those who have given back to their community. And we just want to, recognize them, give them motivation to really keep serving their community and let them know that we see them and that we appreciate all that they've done. Alrighty, so Now we're going to talk about the scholarship winners. So for the Outstanding Achievement Scholarships, each of these is $500. There's Vanessa Blackwell, an 11th grader from Franklin High School, and Teresa Maxine Guillermo, a 12th grader from Laguna Creek High School. For the merit-based winners, each of these are $500 each also. There's Sonia Shaheen from 9th grade, they're a 9th grader from Sheldon High School, Ireland O'Donnell, who's a 12th grader from Pleasant Grove High School. And last, and certainly not least, there's the Exceptional Youth Scholarship winner, who's going home with $1,000. They're Ashley Huang from Consumnes Oaks High School, and they're a 12th grader. So yeah, thank you everybody for applying and participating. I'm really glad that this all worked out. It's our first year doing it, and I'm just really glad so many people participated. So thank you.
The Youth Commission Giveaway Subcommittee focused on creating ideas of items to be given away during Youth Commission events and outreach opportunities, even when gatherings cannot be held. This year, as we move to a primarily digital form of communication for our meetings, we thought it would be awesome to reach out to our community digitally as well. A subcommittee was created to work on a newsletter to be sent out in the community. We have set up a template for the newsletter spotlighting members of the community and commission members. The newsletter provides information on scholarship opportunities and highlights a diverse range of holidays and events taking place in the city. Although we were not able to launch the newsletter with our current commission, we hope that this blueprint will be able to set a foundation for future commissioners should they want to follow this example.
Hi again, it's me. So I'm also going to be talking about the Outreach Subcommittee. So this was created because we really noticed, upon reflection, that a lot of our youth commissioners we're very sort of tight-knit group, but we're not really reaching all of Elk Grove. So we decided to make a subcommittee based just on creating outreach into the community so people know who what youth commission is and how to apply, and they know it soon enough so that you can have like really good retention and keep people and building skills upon years. So so far we build a framework. It's sort of the starts of it, but this will really progress next year and they'll have more to say. But right now, not to brag, but we have like 514 followers on Instagram. And, if you want to follow, it's at Elk Grove Youth Commission and on Instagram. So, yeah, I'm really proud of what we've done so far with the Outreach Subcommittee. And I think that this is really going to help in a lot of different aspects of Youth Commission and really diversifying our perspectives and serving the youth of Elk Grove in a better way and, really just doing our job. So, yeah.
Although we were not able to hold events this year, we still found ways to actively contribute in the community. We discussed teen events with Jody Moreno, assisted with the Arts Commission Iris Awards, spoke with the Strategic Planning and Innovation about their Smart Cities plan, and held our food drive at the Neighborhood Market to not only allow for an alternative location for drop-off, but also get the name out.
I'd like to say a couple words to the seniors since we can't present them as we normally would. I'm very proud of this and the hard work they put in this term. I know you normally ask them their future plans, but since we can't do that this time, we thought we'd brag about them for a few minutes. Our first senior we'll be recognizing tonight is Agri-Davis. She's currently a senior at Laguna Creek High School, and her future plans are to go to Folsom Lake College to study communication. Mide has been on the youth for. Our next senior is Selena Enriquez. She is a senior at Elk Grove High School. She has been on the Youth Commission for 2 years and is currently her future plans are to go to UC Santa Cruz and study environmental studies and earthquakes. Our next senior is Adam Davis. He is a senior at Laguna Creek High School. He has been on the commission for 3 years and plans to go to Baylor University to study chemistry. Nair Sharma is a senior at Franklin High School. He has been on the Youth Commission for 3 years and it plans to go to Stanford University to study human biology. Adianka Maddie is a senior at Consumnes Oaks High School. He has been on the Youth Commission for 1 year and is currently our historian. He plans to go to Fordham University to study biological science. Victoria Martinez is a senior at Laguna Creek High School. He has been on the commission for about 1.5 years. He is planning to go to University of the Pacific to study political science. To the 4 commissioners returning next year, your passion for serving your community amazes me every day. I hope we can put some of your great ideas into action. It has truly been an honor to support these students this year. I feel very grateful to be a mentor and a friend for them, and will miss them. The Youth Commission thanks you for your continued support. We are available.
All right, thank you. Excellent presentation. And for our viewing public, hopefully you were able to hear, if you put your volume all the way on high. We had some technical difficulties here, but what a fantastic presentation. And I just want to congratulate all of those graduating seniors. Wow. Just some tremendous schools that you're all going to. So I'm just so incredibly proud of you. This is the one part that I actually missed being a school board trustee, because I would have gotten a chance to see all of you and shake your hand and wish you continued success in your future endeavors. So from the bottom of my heart, just congratulations, a job well done, and thank you for your service to our city. For those who could not hear everything, we are going to make the presentation available online on Facebook and our website. Just in case you weren't able to see that, I just wanted to make sure that our students got the well-deserved recognition that they deserved. And kudos to all of you for your service, our Elk Grove Youth Commission. I see our hand raised here, Councilmember Sim.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is definitely one of those bittersweet moments, but in the sense that obviously they're growing up, but you love to see what great young adults they've grown into. This year especially, I look at Mide, and I've known her. She went to elementary school with my son, so I just can't believe it. And there's several others that all of us here are familiar with their parents. So it's great to see them move on. We wish them well. Hopefully they will return to Elk Grove and bring all their talents with them to contribute further to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sun. Do we have the commission chair? I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Hume, but if we have the commission chair who wants to maybe say a few words after council makes comments. Go ahead, Councilmember Hume.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to echo all the comments that Councilmember Sun made, and also just add in there that we just had our awards presentation for the Scholarship Foundation, and I recognize many of the names of these youth commissioners also receiving scholarships, so they're high achieving in every aspect of their lives. And I want to send a fond farewell and congratulations to those graduating seniors, and particularly Victoria Martinez, who although it was by video, it just is amazing to see how much she has developed individually from when I first met her in council chambers. So it's heartwarming, and I wish the best to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hume. Councilmember Spies. We'll come back to you, Councilmember Spies. Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Great, thank you, Mayor. And I echo everything that was said. And Councilmember Hume took my words. I wanted to talk about Victoria because she was at every single meeting until we would appoint her to become a youth commissioner. And she stayed. Sometimes we had meetings all the way up until midnight. And she was there, and she made sure that after the meeting was done, she waited for all of us to shake our hands. And I'm so proud of her. I'm proud of where she's going to and everything she's done. What a great honor for me to be able to see you, Victoria, and all that you've done, and to everybody else on there as well too. When I first got on council, I didn't know any of the youth commissioners, and looking back now, I was a part of making sure that we had commissioners on there that were going to make a difference. And just watching that presentation and seeing that everything you all do just warmed my heart. And I'm going to miss seeing all of you. Thank you for everything you've done. Go out there, do great things. And we look forward to seeing you come back here and continuing the great work here in our city.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Spies, do we have you?
Yep, I'm here. So I just want to say, as a kid who grew up in Elk Grove myself, I'm always thrilled to see kids growing up here in Elk Grove and becoming leaders in the community. So I just want to give my congratulations to you and our thanks, and we're looking forward to continuing seeing great things from you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Clerk, do we have the chair of the commission available?
I actually have Victoria Martinez on the phone. Our chair was not available. So Victoria, go ahead.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Hi. So thank you all for all the comments. And, on behalf of all the youth commissioners, we're honored to serve the city and, just to really make the city a better place. Like, we're trying our best, and it's cool that y'all notice it and that y'all see the potential that Youth Commission has. And I'm just honored that, we got such recognition. So just thank you so much.
Thank you, and congratulations again to everyone. Like I said, as a former school board trustee, I wish I was out there on the front lines to hand you your diplomas. Job well done. So just Elk Grove proud, but also EGUSD proud. Great job, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry about the technical.
Oh, that's okay. It happens to the best of us. No worries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we will move on to the next item.
The next item will take us to section 5, our general public comment. And this is one of the first segments for our attendees that are interested in providing public comment, whether it's one of our callers online or callers that are dialing in via phone, or our folks that are in the Zoom environment. This is where you can use that raise hand function. And if our phone callers are calling in to speak under general public comment, it would be *9, which will queue you up, and then we'll be able to pull you into the environment. For our participating members, the viewing audience, they may comment on any item not on the agenda that is of interest to the public and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Each person will be allowed 3 minutes or less if a large number of requests are received on a particular subject. The council cannot take action on non-agendized items raised under public comment until the matter has been specifically included on an agenda as an action item. Members of the public desiring a response to a specific question are encouraged to contact any member of the council or the city manager at any time. Those audience members who wish to address a specific agendized item are encouraged to offer their public comments during consideration of that item. And Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, we did receive one written comment, which was distributed to the full council and staff prior to the meeting. And with that, we will look over on our list of attendees to see if we have some folks that are raising their hand to speak. And as I currently view, I do not see any of our participants wishing to speak under general public comment. And again, for our phone callers, I'm identifying we have a couple. If you are interested in speaking, the way that you can signal to us is use that *9 function. And we do have a speaker. It looks like they've signed up, and I'll pull up the share screen clock, speaker clock.
Danny Rios, you may go ahead and unmute your mic. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, I'd just like to bring up I don't know if this was on the agenda, but it's the 43 unit development here on Jordan Ranch and Calvine.
So that is item 9.3. It is on the agenda.
Yes, I'd just like to know if the survey was done for traffic, because, it's very difficult to get out of this little development that we have here. And if you're going to put a 43 unit apartment there, it's going to be even crazier for traffic. Has a survey been conducted for that?
Sir, we will answer item 9.3 when that item comes up. This is general public comment.
Okay, I'll wait then. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other callers?
I'm looking through the list, and it does not appear that there are any other speakers that are signing up for general public comment.
All right, last call. All right, we will move on to the next item.
We'll take us to section 6, general administration information.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Jason Behrman, City Manager. First, want to take the opportunity just to recognize Bob Murdoch, our outgoing Public Works Director, for the amazing job he's done in his 5+ years here. I've really enjoyed working with him, and he's really developed a great trajectory for the department and providing excellent service to the community and upgrading and improving the efficiencies that we've been able to develop as far as operation, maintenance, and roadways and everything, and I could go on. So just wanted to recognize him and then congratulate Jeff, as the council did. I know he's going to do an amazing job as the next Public Works Director, continue the work and the progress that's been made over the last 5+ years. So I definitely want to just take a minute to recognize that. And as far as other activities, projects happening around the city that are noteworthy for the city council and members of the community, a couple things. Just this is National Police Week. So in honor of those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice and service to their communities, morning bands have been authorized for wear by our police officers. Let us keep those brave men and women who have fallen, along with their family members, friends, and agencies, in our thoughts and prayers. Mr. Werner mentioned Big Truck Day, so I won't go into that in any great detail, although it is the drive-through that's coming up on Wednesday, May 19th from 10 to 2 at the Elk Grove Park. So hopefully we can get a good turnout for that. So despite news of an exodus out of California, Elk Grove continues to grow. California Department of Finance recently released population estimates for 2020. Elk Grove's population rose from 176,036 to 178,124, which is a 1.2% increase. Nearly 670 single-family homes being added last year, which is the 10th highest number in the state of California. Public Works staff will be updating the city limit signs with these new numbers next week. The Laguna Creek Restoration and Management Plan is now available for public review. The plan is a roadmap that will guide the future of this important public amenity for many years to come. A virtual public workshop to review and discuss the plan is scheduled for May 26th at 5 p.m. Details are available on the city's website. Staff is working with the Sacramento Regional Transit District, SACRT, to support the annexation of Elk Grove Transit Services into SACRT effective Thursday, July 1st of this year. SACRT and Elk Grove are forming a task force with current riders and transit stakeholders to assist providing input on transit service performance, customer service, and public outreach during the transition. The meeting of the group is scheduled on Tuesday, May 25th, at 6 o'clock on Zoom. Details and registration for the meeting and the task force are available at sacrt.com/Elk Grove Transit. And online applications are once again being accepted for the Sacramento Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Help is available for low-income renters who have not been able to pay rent and utilities because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Landlords can also apply for assistance on behalf of their tenants. There's no closing date to file applications. More information on the online application for the program is available at shra.org/SERA, S-E-R-A. And finally, traffic alert on Mosier Road closures, which supports the Grant Line Road Widening project. Public Works Department has started widening Grant Line Road between Waterman Road and Bradshaw Road from 2 lanes to 4 lanes. Project will also add new traffic signals, sound walls, relocate utilities, and install a multi-purpose path to that stretch of the roadway. To accommodate this work, Mosier Road will be closed between Sonoma Creek Drive and Grant Line Road from May 17th through June 18th. The closure will affect both north and southbound traffic on Mosier Road. Detour signs and electronic message boards have been put in place. Completion of the segment is expected in spring of 22. The project is part of the Capital Southeast Connector known as Segment B2. For more information, visit www.grantline.org. And that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions that the council might have.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. I don't see any hands raised, so thank you again for a great report and update. We will go on to our next item.
The next item being section 7, council comments, reports, and future agenda items.
All right, I will start with Councilmember Spies.
Well, it looks like we have a lot of commenters ahead. So with that, I have nothing that is significant to delay getting to the rest of the meeting. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Hume.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll also be brief. Had the Connector JPA board meeting followed by a strategic planning session where we kind of lined out how we're going to pursue funding opportunities. And then on the 5th of this month, we had a groundbreaking out at Folsom for the D2 segment, and just driving out there past the Grant Line widening section. So it's exciting to see some work moving forward there. I had an RT meeting last Monday. Nothing to report specifically for Elk Grove, but I'll just share the good news that the budget is healthy, partly due to pandemic relief funds. And then the most important thing to note is for the first time in a long time, RT actually has a reserve set aside that meet the board established goal of 1.5 months of operating costs, which is more than what is federally required by the FTA. And so it's just good to see that. And then had a sanitation board district meeting this morning. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Sim.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, since we last met, we had a SACOG Transportation Committee meeting where we talked about the regional trail program. I want to thank everybody who took the time to comment on the survey that the city and SACOG put out there. It's important that we weigh in on this regional trail. It's a regional effort to get this master plan completed, and having Elk Grove at the table and being a part of that is extremely important to get funding so that we can be better connected throughout the region. We also had a strategic planning meeting for SACOG where we discussed how we would move forward with the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, as well as we did some recap on the previous funding round, which it was quite contentious, and hopefully we made some improvements on how to do things in the future. And then finally, I just want to take a moment to congratulate Councilmember Spies in his son's wedlock this past weekend. Just congratulations to you and Angela, Councilmember Spies. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Wing.
I will waive my report as well. And Councilmember soon stole it. I wanted to congratulate him and our former fire chief daughter, Riley, on their celebration this Saturday. It was absolutely beautiful, wonderful. Congratulations to you both. I can't think of a better way to celebrate during this time, and having the former fire chief and Councilmember Spies come together as a family. It's just a beautiful story. That's all I have, ma'am. Thanks.
Thank you. Congratulations, yes, to the Spies family as well. I'll waive my committee reports. I did want to share that I participated in my first ride-along with the police department, and I plan to do that hopefully monthly. And I encourage my colleagues to, if you haven't already, to schedule ride-alongs with our amazing law enforcement team. With that, we will move on to the next item.
The next item is section 8, our consent calendar items.
All right, I will open the public comment opportunity.
And Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, there were no written comments that were received for the consent calendar items, which again, we open up the consent calendar items for general public comment for our participants in the, as our attendees in the Zoom environment. That includes any of our phone callers. You can use that *9 function, but again, this is for public comment on the consent calendar items. And we're just reviewing the list. And I do not see anyone that is interested in providing public comment on our consent calendar.
All right, thank you. I will go ahead and close the public comment opportunity, and looking for a motion to approve our consent calendar.
I'll move the consent calendar. This is Councilmember Soon.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
With the motion and second, though, we'll proceed to the roll call vote, starting with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wynn.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
And our consent calendar items will pass with a 5-0 vote.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to our next item.
We'll take us on to section 9, our public hearings, starting with item 9.1, which is a public hearing to consider a resolution approving the Community Development Block Grant 2021-2022 Action Plan and authorizing the city manager to execute and file all documents required to receive U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development CDBG funds.
All right, I see Alicia is ready.
I am. I do not have a presentation tonight. This is brief. So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I am Alicia Tutt, your Housing and Grant Specialist. I'm here tonight with our Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan, which serves as the annual budget and implementing document for the program and is required by HUD to receive our 2021-22 funding. This is a standard item that we bring to you each year after a 30-day public comment period. You've previously weighed in on the allocations during your March 24th meeting. Since that time, we have not received any public comments on this item that would change those recommended allocations. The action plan was included as part of your packet, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have on the document.
All right, before we get to council questions, I will declare the public hearing open and open the public comment opportunity.
And Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, for item 9.1, there were no comment submittals that were submitted prior to the meeting. And as I look again into our Zoom environment and also for our phone callers, if you are interested in item 9.1, now is the time to use the raise hand function or *9 for our callers. And as we go through, I do have someone, but they might be changing their mind. So, but this is for item 9.1 on our agenda. And as we continue, we'll give kind of a final 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, but it looks as though we do not have any speakers on item 9.1. That will conclude the public comment for item 9.1.
All right, then I will go ahead and close the public comment opportunity.
I'm sorry, Mayor. We have an individual Rhonda law. Looks as though you're a little bit on the fence about whether you're wishing to address item 9.1, which is the CDBG action plan. And we'll see if we can get staff maybe to activate that speaker, just so that we can get a confirmation from them about what they wish to speak on.
Hello?
Could we start the clock? There we go.
Okay, so you are correct. I will not like to comment on 9.1. I am actually waiting to comment on 9.3. Thank you.
All right. And I think if I can take a moment here, Mayor and Council, for many of our speakers, more than likely you are signing up for item 9.3, which is in regards to the housing element. I'm just going to take a guess just based on the number of public comment that we got. But 9.3 is that item that you want to be having in your mind when we get to that. And there will be a staff presentation under that item. So that'll be that time and opportunity for the housing element related issues. But it sounds as though we don't have any other speakers. That'll conclude public comment.
All right, then I will close the public comment opportunity and declare the public hearing closed. Any questions from council? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
This is soon. I'll make the motion, but Mayor, I'd like to just make a quick comment in regards to one of the allocations regarding the Elk Grove homeless encampment response.
Yeah.
This is a program that I think may have gotten some confusion, thinking that we're as in paying cash to homeless to clean up their encampments, when there are gift cards for food and supplies that could not be used for alcohol or cigarettes, and they're limited to whatever they bring. In other words, we're not encouraging folks to go out and collect a bunch of trash from everywhere. So wanted to just make that known. There might have been some miscommunication on that, and it's been proven to be effective here in our community. So with that, I'll move the rest of it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion by Mr. Sun.
Hume, second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further questions? We'll go ahead and take roll call.
That roll call vote will start with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
The resolution of item 9.1 will pass 5-0.
All right, thank you, Alicia. We will go on to our next item.
And that next item will be item 9.2, a public hearing to consider a resolution adopting the Bicycle, Pedestrian, and Trails Master Plan, declaring an intent to amend the general plan and repealing prior versions of the Bicycle, Pedestrian, and Trails Master Plan.
All right, Ms. Whitlock, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me just get, let me just share my screen. Okay, can you see my presentation okay?
And see it. You do have, I think it's the presenter one, which shows like the next slide. So I don't know if you have that option because it's also showing your notes, I believe. You may want to do the display settings.
Yeah, I always manage to do
If you
that.
can't do it just the full screen, that's best for our viewing audience as well.
How's that? Is that better?
That is great. And you're
Awesome.
coming in loud and clear. Please proceed.
Thank you. So good evening. Carrie Whitlock, Strategic Planning and Innovation Program Manager for the city. And I am going to talk about the update to the Bicycle, Pedestrian, and Trails Master Plan. This is an update to the 2014 version of the plan, intended to establish a long-term vision for improving walking and bicycling in Elk Grove, and to identify a short-term action plan of implementable projects, programs, and policies. The Bicycle, Pedestrian, Trails Master Plan provides a strategy to develop citywide walking and bicycling networks that provide access between residential neighborhoods, schools, transit, jobs, and other services. These network improvements are combined with education, encouragement, and evaluation programs to provide a holistic approach to improving active transportation in Elk Grove. The plan also includes an update to the design guidelines, which direct the planning, design, construction, and maintenance of bicycle, pedestrian, and trail facilities in Elk Grove. The development of an active transportation fee program will also be part of this update, but will be presented to council at a future date. The Bicycle, Pedestrian, and Trail Master Plan is a critical tool for city staff as it shapes a balanced transportation system. The ultimate goal of this plan is to shift local trips from single occupancy vehicles to walking or bicycling through supporting a culture where walking and biking are safe, convenient transportation options, promoting safe behavior by all road users, and improving connectivity and accessibility. The plan outlines a number of milestones to benchmark progress towards reaching each of the identified goals. Reducing the level of traffic stress on arterial streets, undertaking initiatives intended to reduce collisions and fatalities, constructing additional facilities, and ensuring trail maintenance will help us achieve a safer and more accessible active transportation network. During the update of the plan, a robust outreach effort was undertaken to ensure that it reflects the vision and priorities of Elk Grove residents. This included consultations with the Disability Advisory Committee, the Trails Committee, the Industry Working Group, and a technical advisory committee formed from representatives of local and regional organizations. In addition, the public was invited to participate in several virtual community meetings to discuss the Bicycle, Pedestrian, Trail Master Plan, to provide input to an online interactive mapping tool to gather site-specific concerns, and to provide in-person input at a pop-up event held at the neighborhood market to gather feedback on draft recommendations. Comments from all these events were reviewed and incorporated where possible into the final draft plan you have. I want to highlight just some of the items that are included in the draft plan. The infrastructure recommendations include increasing all bikeway types with a particular focus on those that improve safety. So the plan includes over 62 miles of proposed Class 1 trails. It includes over 12 miles of Class 4 bikeways, which are on street but are separated from vehicle traffic by a physical barrier. So this would add to the current half a mile of Class 4 that we have on Franklin Boulevard. And over 30 miles of buffered Class 2 bike lanes, which are on street as well, but have a buffered space, which could be either a parking lane or a wide painted area between the vehicle lane and the bike lane. And these would be new to Elk Grove, as we currently don't have any buffered bike lanes. In addition, the plan recommends more than 15 miles of sidewalks and almost 10 miles of equestrian trails. In addition to the infrastructure, the plan contains policy recommendations. Some of these include the consideration of a Vision Zero policy, which is a philosophy that seeks to eliminate traffic fatalities and severe injuries. Also, policies around bike parking, including uncoupling bike parking requirements from vehicle parking requirements and providing guidance on long-term and short-term biking parking. In terms of program recommendations, the draft plan includes items around education, encouragement, and evaluation. So examples under education include having a Street Smarts campaign to educate all road users on safety and specific bike safety education to encourage safe riding practices. Examples around encouragement include hiring a bike and pedestrian coordinator to focus on these issues, supporting social walks and rides in the community to encourage residents who may not feel comfortable on their own, and starting a bike-friendly businesses program. And finally, examples around evaluation include having an annual report card to assess progress towards the goals and milestones included in the plan, which could be incorporated into the general plan annual report. And also, following discussion with the Trails Committee, the recommendation of having an annual ride-along with members of the Trails Committee, the Disability Advisory Committee, along with city staff and community members, which could help identify opportunities and challenges that could be addressed across the city. So along with the adoption of the updated Bicycle, Pedestrian, and Trails Master Plan, there's a need to make minor amendments to the general plan. This includes removing any reference to the 2014 Bicycle, Pedestrian, and Trails Plan and updating the transportation network diagram, which includes proposed bicycle facilities. Staff has reviewed the project to determine the required level of review under CEQA, and the proposed project needs no further review under CEQA pursuant to state guidelines section 15183 and 15162. In terms of fiscal impact, the total approved project budget is $250,000 and was included in the approved fiscal year 2019-2020 capital budget and the FY 2019 to 2024 capital improvement program. Implementation of the Bicycle, Pedestrian, Trail Master Plan recommendations would be through developers and public work projects. Funding for implementation of recommendations made in the plan would come from a variety of transportation funding sources described in detail within the actual plan document. And as mentioned earlier, this would include an update to the Elk Grove roadway fee program to split out a separate active transportation fee component, which will be coming to council on a future date. The Planning Commission did review, it held a public hearing to consider the Bicycle, Pedestrian, Trail Master Plan on April 15th. And following staff's presentation on the plan, the commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval to the City Council, including revisions that were in 2 green sheets that were provided that evening. No further adjustments were recommended by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission discussion focused on the safety aspects of the plan and particularly on the recommended policies and programs such as the Vision Zero plan and the safety education campaigns. The approved revisions from the Planning Commission have been incorporated into the updated draft of the plan that you have this evening and the proposed general plan amendments. So finally, staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution finding no further environmental review is required, adopting the Bicycle, Pedestrian, and Trails Master Plan, declaring its intent to amend the general plan, and repealing prior versions of the Bicycle, Pedestrian, and Trails Master Plan. And with that, I am available for questions along with Kristen Parsons from our Public Works Department and Kendra Ramsey, who's with GHD. They were the consultants on this project.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Whitlock. I will go ahead and declare the public hearing open at this time and open the public comment opportunity.
And Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, there was one written comment that actually came in this evening, just after 7 o'clock, that I did forward to the council and staff for item 9.2, but that was the only written comment that we received. So at this point for item 9.2, we would be looking for our attendees in the Zoom environment, whether they're callers or participants, for raising their hand on the function. And again, for item 9.2, this is related to the Bicycle, Pedestrian, and Trails Master Plan. I'm just providing a moment just to see if anybody's changing their mind, if they want to jump in on item 9.2. And again, it would be the *9 function for our callers, but I'm not seeing any hands raised, only from our panelists. think that would be Councilmember Suen. But as far as public comment, that would conclude the public comment opportunity under item 9.2.
All right, then I will go ahead and close the public comment opportunity and declare the public hearing closed and opening it up for council comments. And I see Councilmember Suen has his hand raised.
Thank you, Mayor. Carrie, I just want to commend you and the entire team. I really thought this plan was really well done and very comprehensive. I also wanted to echo, I think it was a recommendation you had heard from the Trail Committee, and hopefully my council colleagues will support this, about having the city hosted bike ride once a year to get us all out there and experiencing the trails and you know, just getting some exercise and enjoying the city. So I don't know if that needs to be part of the motion, but I'd like to throw that out there to my council colleagues. Hope they'll support that. And I would like to make a motion to adopt the resolution with staff's recommendation. Thank you.
I second your motion, Councilmember Suen, and I also second your motion idea around getting folks out there to do a bike ride. I do that with my staff at ARI a couple of months, and they absolutely love it. It's definitely a great way to be out there, enjoy the city, and get some fresh air and just kind of explore as well too. So I like that idea, and I would support that.
We did love it, Vice Mayor. Yes, you did a great one.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any other comments before we go to roll call? Seeing none, I also want to echo the same comments. I thought you did a tremendous efforts on your outreach efforts with the community and the different committees. Very comprehensive, and I love our trails. So looking forward to doing this as a team effort. I think that will be excellent. So great idea. So we have a motion and a second. Mr. Lindgren.
And for the roll call vote for that motion and second on the resolution of item 9.2, I will be starting with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
The resolution of item 9.2 will pass 5-0. And just on the floor, I think there was the inquiry about a city-hosted bike ride, and I would defer to City Manager Berman if that's enough direction for staff to look into that matter.
We'll come back on that.
Or whether we want to vote.
Is that an actionable item? It seems like
I think with just enough nods, if I get one more of the council, we'll look into it and we can.
Well, so I'm a yes, so you got 3 right there.
Indeed, we'll go with that for the consensus on that. So,
all right.
Thank you for that.
All right, next item, please.
This will take us on to item 9.3, which is a public hearing to consider a resolution certifying a subsequent environmental impact report for the housing element and safety element update. Resolution of intent to amend the general plan by adopting the 2021 housing element and an ordinance rezoning certain sites for consistency with the 2021 housing element.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Sarah Bontrager, your Housing and Public Services Manager. And sharing the presentation tonight will be Christopher Jordan, the Strategic Planning and Innovation Director. And so we also have with us tonight, in case you have questions at the end, our housing element consultant Placeworks and our and 2 representatives from our CEQA EIR consultant tonight. So so hopefully we'll be able to get all your questions answered. But jumping into the presentation, I know we'll have a lot of public speakers. This is one of the more difficult issues that the council tends to face. And fortunately, we only have to do it once every 8 years. But what we'll be asking you for tonight is to certify the environmental impact report for the housing element and safety element update, and then adopt a resolution of intent to amend the general plan for the 2021 to 2029 housing element and amend the land use map, and introduce an ordinance amending zoning for certain properties in support of our 2021 housing element. And not to worry, we have these slides again at the end for the purposes of making your motion. So tonight, I will walk you through an overview of the housing element and the policies and actions that go into that. But the highlight of the discussion is typically the sites that we need to rezone in order to meet our regional housing needs allocation. And we have sites to zone for moderate and above moderate income housing, which tends not to be very contentious. And actually we're using sites we already have for those. And then the sites that we need to designate for multifamily development to meet our low and very low income housing needs. And I'll cover what we're attempting to do we're recommending to do for the existing sites, and then turn it over to Christopher to cover the candidate sites on through the environmental review section. So as a broad overview of the housing element, it is a required element of the general plan. And it is, I believe, the only one that is subject to the state's approval. And that the approval is granted by the Department of Housing and Community Development. As I mentioned, we update this housing element on an 8-year cycle. We adopted our last update in 2014. And this next update will cover from 2021 through 2029. And we are facing the adoption deadline right up against it of May 15th. The adoption deadline was actually moved up a little bit in order to accommodate some things that SACOG needed in terms of deadlines. And so unfortunately, we are a bit under the gun here tonight. As for the goals of the housing element, the state's goals for this document are to adequately plan to meet the housing needs of everyone in the community, which we do both by designating policies to encourage housing production and by zoning land at a variety of densities that would support different housing types, including apartments and single-family homes. The housing element has a number of sections, but overall, we're looking at analyzing our existing and projected housing needs, and then completing an inventory of available land for housing to meet the regional housing needs allocation. Sometimes there are questions as to whether or not this housing actually gets built. And it is not mandated that the housing that we plan for get built. We are just looking at zoning land that would accommodate the housing such that if a developer wanted to come into our community and look at building, say, multifamily housing, they would have some sites that would be zoned for that. We also look at what are some of the potential constraints on housing. Why might housing not be being built in our community? Are there things we can do to incentivize it or to speed the process, like permit processing procedures or reducing fees? And then the housing element also looks at the policies that we had in our previous forth, some goals, policies, and actions that we will undertake over the next 8 years to try and develop more housing in our community. So there are 12 sections of the housing element, and we won't go through all of these in detail. The ones that we'll really highlight tonight are the goals, policies, and implementation actions, so sections 1 and 2 there. And then we'll also talk about the sites, which is section 6. Most of the other, a lot of the other sections are important in that they provided background information that helped us to identify which goals, policies, and actions we needed to focus on. And of course, the entire element was available for your reading pleasure in advance of the meeting. So I'll dig in a little bit on the goals and actions. So we start with goals and policies, and these are really a blueprint for how we're going to achieve the community vision, which is housing resources for people of all incomes. The goals and policies are often a little bit abstract, and they're unique to the city of Elk Grove. So we choose which goals and policies we think our community needs, and we do that based on a lot of the background research that goes into this document. And then we need to ensure, of course, that they're consistent with the city's other general plan goals and policies. And then we take those goals and policies, and to actually implement them, we create actions. That's our to-do list, our task list for the next 8 years. Those are all tied to one or more of the goals and policies. And the actions typically have an implementation time frame and sometimes have some specific numbers of units or other goals that are associated with them. And we do report annually to HCD on whether or not we have met those goals or how we are progressing in meeting them. And this year we're updating the actions to look at what we need to do to address state law. Housing has obviously been a topic of considerable action in the legislature in the last few years. And so we have a few actions that we need to take care of to address state law requirements. And then staff also really spent a lot of time looking at what was needed, looking at the background report, talking to our community members, talking to housing advocates in our community, and trying to incorporate some new programs that will really help us to get more units over the next 8 years. So at the housing element goals, we have 6 that we're proposing. And because these are fairly high level, they align pretty well with the goals that we had in our last housing element. The first one is, of course, we just need to make sure that we have adequate sites to accommodate our housing needs. And that is a cornerstone of the housing element and a requirement that all jurisdictions in California have to meet. We also look at how we can move forward with developing housing for lower income and special needs groups. So how we might incentivize that development or work with partners on getting those units. Looking at removing governmental constraints. So where we've identified actions that we can take to help to remove any policies that we have or reduce policies that we have that make housing more costly or otherwise more difficult to construct. We want to look at actions associated with that. We want to make sure that affordable housing conditions in our community are maintained. And so maintaining the affordable housing stock that we have, and then continuing to approve new affordable housing projects. And then a new goal, or it's not exactly a new goal, but it's taken on more prominence in this round, is promoting housing opportunities for all persons. And this is really a fair housing related goal. And so we have a number of actions that are associated with how we can further fair housing in our community. And then just also tied to 6 and 4 are tied a little bit, but making sure that the housing that we have that's currently subsidized, so the many tax credit projects that we've given city funding to over the years, making sure that those remain affordable to lower income households. So those are our 6 goals. And then those help us to kind of define and categorize our actions. So in our last housing element, we had 39 actions, and we looked at those in developing our new actions this time, and really looked to take out anything where we had completed the action. Say, we needed to update our code in some way. We did that. That action then would be retired. We also tried to focus on consolidating similar actions, and then focusing on those actions where we could get, say, the biggest bang for our buck. We don't have unlimited resources, although it's encouraging to see that the state may be coming out with more money to address housing and homelessness specifically. We as a city don't have unlimited resources. And so in implementing this, we wanted to focus on those actions that were most likely to result in more construction of housing in our community. And then, of course, we held a number of public input sessions and got some ideas from the community and from from nonprofits and housing advocates in the region. So all of the actions are subject to state review. We have had our housing element reviewed at the state level. They've given us some feedback, and we think that we've incorporated their feedback in a way that they'll be satisfied with in the draft that you have tonight. So I will take a minute to highlight, we have a lot of actions in here, but in the interest of time tonight and realizing that from the public perspective, the focus is often on the sites, I'm only going to go through and highlight the new actions that we're proposing for the housing element. And we have 3 that are associated with addressing state law. One of them is a development streamlining activity associated with SB 35. And that is just a streamlined approval process and some different standards for projects that include a certain percentage of affordable housing. So we'll be updating our code to spell out the process for SB 35 eligible projects. We also will need to amend our zoning ordinance to add low barrier practices to the city's navigation housing use. And to amend the zoning ordinance to allow supportive housing without discretionary review in all zones that allow multifamily housing or mixed use development. And we currently have that for residential zones, but we need to make sure that that covers non-residential zones as well. And then there are a number of actions that we have. Some of them are tied to state requirements, and some of them are staff recommendations. Action number 3 is new in that we need to make sure that we have replacement units for any sites that develop with uses that aren't lower income housing. So over the course of the next 8 years, some of the sites that we have in our inventory will most likely develop as market rate housing. And we will need to make sure that we have, that we maintain a site inventory that accommodates our entire lower income regional housing needs allocation. And so this action just states that we will do that. Action number 4 is an action that's associated with some of our larger lots. Typically, 3 to 5 acres is the size that housing developers look for when they look to build affordable housing. And we have a few sites in our inventory that we're recommending for inclusion in our housing element tonight that are bigger than that are sometimes 10 acres or a little bit larger than that. And so this program is defining how we will help those sites to develop, including by breaking them into multiple sites for phased development. And we do have a track record of doing that. We saw that happen with the Gardens at Quail Run project, which was a larger site and divided into ultimately 3 sites, 2 of which will develop with multifamily housing. Action number 6, our zoning for missing middle housing types, is really looking at the fact that we really haven't built a lot of moderate income housing in the last several years. And that housing tends to be smaller. It might be duplex units or condo units or other types of small lot housing. And so we want to look at how we can incentivize that in our zoning to ensure that we get more moderate income housing affordable to entry-level buyers in our community. Action 10 is a parking study. We have heard from some developers over the years that the parking that we require for multifamily housing is more than is necessary for their projects. That's not universally true feedback. Some developers feel that it is appropriate, but we want to do a parking study and look at whether there are some opportunities to reduce parking requirements, especially as we look to develop some of our transit-oriented sites and senior housing and other uses that may have more nuanced parking needs. Action 18, utility assistance, is a continuation of a action that we've had in previous housing elements, whereby we will refer people who need utility assistance to some of the programs for low-income households at SMUD and PG&E. What is new for this housing element is an emphasis on actually providing funding to households who have been impacted by COVID to pay their back utility bills. And we are currently working with SMUD to identify some of the households that are currently on their low-income program and make sure that they get their back bills paid so that it doesn't impact their ability to secure housing in the future or impact them by having their electricity turned off. Action 19, as I mentioned earlier, affirmatively furthering fair housing is a huge issue at the state level and at the federal level. We were really fortunate over the last few years to partner regionally. All of the jurisdictions in Sacramento County and some of Yolo County and some of Placer County got together, and we did a regional analysis of impediments to fair housing choice document. And as a part of that, there was a lot of extensive public outreach, and we were able to get from our consultants some really meaningful recommendations on how we could further fair housing. And that led into this action. And so from that study, we've identified the things that we feel make most sense for our community going forward. And we've included those both as their own action items, things focused on transit and education and proactively assessing housing providers to make sure that they're providing fair housing. And then we've also threaded fair housing throughout some of our other actions. Action number 21 are innovative housing options. This was a staff recommendation that builds on some of the community feedback that we've gotten in the last year or so that we've been working on the housing element. And it offers us the opportunity to look at what else we could be doing. ADUs, junior ADUs, tiny homes, inclusionary housing has been a hot topic. And so we want to look at those at the staff level and bring forward to the council some recommendations on whether there are other innovative housing options we could be implementing. And if any of them make sense for us, then we certainly need the housing. And then the final actions 22 and 23 are really related. One of them is looking at housing choice vouchers, the acceptance of them at properties amongst landlords. And so those are Section 8 vouchers is kind of what they're more commonly known as. So looking at throughout our properties in Elk Grove, are Section 8 vouchers universally accepted? Are they accepted at higher rates at some complexes and not others? And then providing some education to landlords and property owners, and also to residents who might qualify for the program, to let them know of the availability of this resource. So those are our new actions. I know that's a lot of information, and I'll move into our regional housing needs allocation now. And these are the units that we actually need to plan for. So we're moving at this point from policies and actions to actual units and zoning. And so what we have a total of 4,265 units that we need to plan for at the lower income levels. And the way that we meet that is by zoning high density residential land. And we need to, the zoning for that needs to go up to at least 30 units to the acre in order to qualify for that. We also have a moderate income allocation of about 1,200 units and an above moderate income allocation of about 2,800 units. We can meet those with zoning at any residential density. And so historically, we haven't had any challenges meeting our moderate and above moderate income need. And that remains true in this housing element cycle. We have plenty of land zoned for those income categories. And so tonight, what we're really focusing on is our low and very low income sites. So we have identified 43 total sites for the council's consideration tonight. 18 of them are sites that are on our existing list, some of which we're recommending some upzoning on. And 25 of them are sites that are considered candidate sites. So those are sites that are not currently zoned for, in most cases, zoned for high density residential uses. And we'll flash up a quick map here so you can see that the sites are really located throughout the city. Sites labeled with the E designation are existing sites, and sites labeled with the C designation are candidate sites. And Christopher will get a lot more into this in his presentation, or his portion of this presentation. And so one really important thing to note for tonight's discussion is, as I mentioned, we will need replacement sites. So every time we have a site that develops as market rate housing, we lose that site from our inventory. And so what we're recommending tonight is that we need to have a buffer. What we don't want to do is come back every time that we get a market rate apartment application on one of our sites. At that point, we only have 180 days to rezone a site, rezone a replacement site, which is very difficult when you consider that some of the sites may need CEQA work. We cannot require that a property owner developing market rate housing bring us a replacement site. And we also can't require that any site be developed as affordable housing. And we do, frankly, we need more market rate apartment complexes as well in our city. So we will see some of the sites that we designate tonight develop as market rate housing. And to that end, it's really important that we have more sites than we need at exactly this moment, so that we can get a few years, ideally through all 8 years, without having to do another big rezoning, but at least a few years without having to consider that. So as context, in the 2014 housing element, we had an 8.7% buffer on that, and we are recommending a higher buffer tonight, given the level of interest in developing housing in our community presently, and the just general really high need for it. In the 2014 housing element, ultimately of the sites that met our lower income RHNA, 9% of them were developed during that period. About 225 of them were constructed as affordable, and the remainder were built as market rate housing or another land use like assisted living complexes. And so that goes to show that all of the housing that we're planning for tonight is unlikely to be built in the planning period in the next 8 years. But we will see some of that built, and we will see a substantial portion of it built as market rate housing. And so staff feels strongly that that a larger buffer makes sense. So looking at our existing sites, we took our sites that we had in our 2014 housing element. We removed sites that were developed, that were approved for development with market rate housing, but which isn't yet built, or sites that we looked at and they had constraints that we didn't know going into the last housing element round. And then we updated the data on all of the sites. So looking at if there was any change in the size of the buildable area, or any change in APNs or subdivision. And ultimately we were left with 18 existing sites from our last housing element that we can carry forward. Of those sites, we are recommending that 11 of them could be modified to increase the required density. So moving from an assumption that we'll get 21 units per acre to an assumption that we'll get 25 units per acre from those sites. We don't need a general plan amendment for the rezoning the existing sites, but what it does for us is it gets us more units using the same sites that are already zoned for high density residential. We can get about 6% more units using this increased density assumption from those sites. That gets us about 75% of the way to meeting our RHNA. we started with 11 of these sites. The Planning Commission reviewed and did recommend including 10 of the 11 sites. They excluded any rezoning of site number E12. And so from here, we'll move into the candidate sites, and I will turn it over to Christopher to talk about the process that we used for identifying the candidate sites and collecting feedback on them. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sarah. So we're going to talk about the rest of the presentation, for most of the rest of the presentation about the candidate sites and some analysis we've done on the sites overall and the public outreach. So starting where Sarah left off with what the existing yield gets us, you saw that approximately 75% of the units were accomplished through the existing sites with those upzonings that are proposed on 10. So we have a deficiency then, or the gap that we need to fill is another 1,072 units. So in looking for sites, we've really tried to cast as wide a net as we possibly can along the way. Some things we've been looking at are opportunities to improve the distribution of RHNA sites around the city. That's been a point that we've heard from a lot of folks throughout this process. How can we get more distribution of these units and not try to over-concentrate in specific neighborhoods? Some of those have been particular comments about how we can get specifically into districts 1, 2, and 3. And when we look at these sites overall, we look for a number of characteristics. So we're looking for proximity to services, including grocery stores, schools, and parks. We look for proximity to jobs. Would these folks have easy access to employment that they could get to from home to work and work home fairly easily? In that same vein, what public transit opportunities are available? So we look for access to existing transit routes. Sarah mentioned earlier that ideal site size from a financing perspective, the market tends to look for sites between 3 and 10 acres. You can sometimes go a little bit lower on a few sites or go a little bit higher without too much trouble. Really depends on the characteristics of the site, how many units end up getting proposed. But once you really get above that 10-acre level, you start needing to look at subdividing those sites down and breaking up into multiple phases for multiple projects. Similarly, sites under 3 acres may just not get the unit yield that we'd be looking for. One thing that's important to the city is making sure that the project sizes are large enough that you can have an on-site manager that really helps to provide for a quality development and good management overall of the center of the development. So that's really the sweet spot, is that 3 to 10 acre range. And then finally, we also look for sites that are generally free of critical habitat, special status species, wetlands, or other things that can be a barrier to housing development, particularly affordable housing development. It's going to be a wide range of issues. So based on those criteria and the net we cast, we identified 25 sites around the city for discussion and consideration. These sites would require general plan amendment and rezoning for the most part. If we were to do all of the potential you'd get about 2,941 units in total. And when you combine that with the existing units, you get to about 6,170 or 6,168. So you can get to about 145% of the RHNA allocation. So obviously we can tell that we don't need all of these sites to get there, but as Sarah mentioned, we want to make sure we have a good buffer so that as changes happen and diversity of projects occur, that the list is able to respond and we don't need to come back and do amendments and identify new sites later on. So we want to keep that in mind. To aid in this process, we've done an analysis of the sites. This is an attachment 4 to your staff report. There's been a variety of those criteria, which I went through a minute ago, scored on a 4-star system, so 0 to 4. You can see that there. We've also listed off the TCAC opportunity zones. Essentially, this is the opportunity level of the site as determined by the California Tax Credit Allocation Committee, which assigns 1 of 5 opportunity levels based on characteristics that have been shown by research to support positive economic, educational, and health outcomes for low-income families, particularly long-term outcomes for children. Areas with a higher opportunity score better in qualifying for tax credit financing and some other types of affordable housing funding. So looking for those higher opportunity locations is a priority. Then we identify that some sites score really well. Others may only score well in 1 or 2 categories, but there may be other redeeming factors. So there's no exact science to you need to score, a 3.5 or a 4 in order to get here on the list. We sort of look at the totality of those factors and then look at other data points, in particularly our public outreach side. So looking at that outreach, there's two sides to this. First is the property owner outreach. We did mailings to property owners first in May of 2020, and then again in February of this year. We've also had numerous phone calls and emails with property owners throughout the process. And the table that's up here on the screen summarizes some of that feedback that we received. On the left side are specifically sites that have owner support for moving forward, and you can see those there. And then the second column on the right are owners with no response. So we did not hear anything one way or another from those owners at this point. We do have a couple of other feedback points. C21, which is not recommended this evening. The owner, we first spoke to them a couple of weeks ago, did not necessarily oppose being considered, but they did have concerns with feasibility. Staff shared those concerns with their same concerns. Mainly this looks at site size and access as something to be concerned about. Site C25 is another one I will mention. We looked at a larger piece here, at least initially, but based on conversations with the owner, there may be a 2.5 acres size or area in the back half of the property that could be developed. This is the event center that's on Bradshaw, just south of Calvine. As of 5 o'clock this evening, we had not heard back from the owner around full commitment. They had sort of gone back and forth a little bit. If the site's not included this evening, we could certainly come back and utilize the existing environmental review that accompanies this project as a basis for adding it later if they desire to. So we could revisit it there. For general public feedback, there's been a couple of opportunities here for folks to be involved. First, we have identified this project multiple times in the city newsletter. In fact, last May, we had a dedicated mailing on various planning projects we were working on and capital projects around the city, sort of showcasing that the city is still working and delivering services. This project was featured on the cover of that mailing. We made folks available what was going on. We've hosted multiple webinar events and outreach activities for folks to learn about the process. And then finally, most importantly, the online feedback tool. We've got a static image here on the screen for you this evening, and you'll actually get to see and interact with a live version of it for purposes of your decision making. This tool, this web system, allows folks to go in and develop their own housing plan, considering each of these sites. We did it this way in addition to just whatever regular feedback folks would want to provide throughout the process, so that participants could understand the full breadth of the sites and the interplay between them. Typically, when housing element updates occur, you will hear specifically on individual sites from surrounding property owners and neighbors, and those comments are very important through the process. We want to make sure folks understand that the complexities of these sites and the interrelationships, and really the need to put an overall plan together. So that website was live for about 9 or 10 months. We closed it in mid-March of this year as we were wrapping up the public review of the draft documents. Over 1,300 people visited the site, with 542 of those with internet addresses we were able to confirm as being from within the city based upon Google Analytics. But we only received 91 completed plans. We required folks that as they were completing this, that they would go through and actually have a balanced plan. We wanted people to get to, this is a list of sites that actually met at least the RENA minimum and some level of buffer. People could adjust what level of buffer they wanted to hit in their plan. But it gave folks the opportunity again to really see this in the totality and understand it. There is click data available. We've gone through that data a bit to understand it. So if you didn't complete the plan all the way, we've been able to sort of track what some of that click and interaction data has been based on the analytics in the system. We've not identified any drastic change between the clicking that was happening in unsubmitted plans versus what were ultimately submitted plans. So I'm going to show you both the results for the existing sites as well as the candidate sites. So starting with the existing, these are specifically the sites we were proposing for increased density. As you can see across the chart, all of them received at least 50% support or positive feedback from those people that participated and provided a complete plan, with nearly all of them over 55% or at 55%. Moving on to the candidate sites, similar condition here. We had at least 55% support for all of those, and many of those sites were far above that level. So next, we're going to move on to the questions around distribution of built and planned housing. So this addresses the questions we've heard leading into this process as well throughout the process. by both you as a council and the public overall. Are our multifamily units distributed around the city well? Is there a concentration of units within a particular neighborhood or district that we should be aware of and consider as we're identifying sites? And then what impact or relationship does the city of Sacramento and Sacramento County have on multifamily housing in Elk Grove? Are there any sort of concentration issues or characteristics we should be aware of as we're allocating sites? So to do this, we've done a series of mapping exercises and data. These are in your staff report, and we'll go through them in a moment. We've identified 8 neighborhoods across the city, which are highlighted here primarily in the more yellow color. And then we've highlighted separately the rural area in the more green color to differentiate it, given its unique density characteristics and infrastructure limitations. We've also identified a portion of the city of Sacramento and Sacramento County. We essentially went up to about Mac Elsie Road, Meadowview, as a basis to understand the housing dynamics and the plannings up in those areas. That's essentially about a 1 mile distance from the city. The data we're going to present this evening focuses on rental multifamily. It does not include ownership multifamily or condo units. Those are a little bit different characteristics and tend to be higher income or moderate or above moderate income characteristics. So when we talk more about apartments, those are what folks tend to focus on and look at more. So we'll start with built multifamily in the city. This map illustrates the locations of them and is color coded based upon the type or characteristics of them. So you have in the burnt orange color, the affordable sites, in the more of a gray taupe color, the market rate units, and then in the darker orange color, market rate affordable units. These are mixed income projects. So you get a sense of the distribution around the city. But the analytics themselves are the interesting piece, so we'll jump over to those numbers. So these charts illustrate the total number of dwelling units within each of the neighborhoods, and then the total multifamily units within each of the neighborhoods. And then we identify those units as a percentage of the overall total. And then we've shown the total of those units, those multifamily units, by product type, being the market, affordable, and the mixed income. So what we see here is that Laguna West has the highest ratio of multifamily to single family at almost 21.5%. That's followed a little ways down by the Laguna Ridge area. But when you look at the total number of multifamily units between Laguna West and Laguna, those numbers actually tend to be pretty close, within about 2,500 units, 250 units or so. So next we'll layer on the existing and candidate housing sites. So these are the sites Sarah talked about a minute ago and I introduced with the candidates to sort of understand what those distribution characteristics would look like. The data we're presenting here considers all the candidate sites being included. It does not pull out for the staff or planning commission recommendation. So this sort of gives you, one would consider it maybe the worst case scenario of the total units. So then here you can see the numbers. Again, these are in your staff report and we can pull this back up on the screen if there's interest. But I'll jump down a little bit to the analysis itself. So from this, you can see that the Southeast Policy area, the Lent Ranch area, has the highest concentration of multifamily development in the future growth scenarios. The majority of this growth though, comes from existing sites, as there are only 2 candidate sites that are proposed. One of those has an existing multifamily. We're just proposing to take it to a higher density. Another site is potential remnant property as part of a right-of-way acquisition for the extension of Lots Parkway south of Whitelock. I think it's important to point here, though, that the Southeast Policy area was planned with extensive multifamily development as a companion to the employment areas, allowing it to provide housing for all segments of the workforce. It's expected that units would occur at various income levels in these projects in the future. This is an example of why having the buffer of sites on the RHNA list is very important. Further additional multifamily will be added as we do the Cameron Road Urban Design Study project, and we implement that with its own general plan amendments and rezones. So we identify additional density opportunities in the future in these areas. Laguna Ridge also has growth in multifamily. It's primarily from the existing sites. There's only 1 candidate site added here, that one with the right-of-way acquisition I mentioned a moment ago. The Laguna West, Laguna, and North Elk Grove have a moderate level of growth in multifamily development. And then the East Franklin and Eastern Elk Grove areas have minimal growth in multifamily. East Franklin is essentially a build-out. There's 1 remaining project that was recently entitled the Quail Run project, and there's no available sites to add additional multifamily in this neighborhood. Similarly, the eastern Elk Grove area, the growth here comes from a number of sites, mostly which are relatively small in acreage on the candidate list. The data, again, also illustrates the general land decisions that have been made in Elk Grove over the last 40 years. Some areas such as Laguna, East Franklin, and Eastern Elk Grove were planned with fewer multifamily sites compared to Laguna Ridge and the Southeast Policy area. Part of the reason for this is that the county, prior to incorporation, planned sites for their RHNA outside of the Elk Grove area. Additionally, the RHNA rules that existed back then in the 80s and 90s were not as advanced as they are today. So after incorporation, the city received its dedicated RHNA allocations, and areas like East Franklin and Eastern Elk Grove were fairly well built out or planned at that point, and construction was occurring. So there were little opportunities to go back in and modify those land plans. But as new land plans were being developed, first with Laguna Ridge and then with the Southeast Policy area, these were opportunities for the city to identify new development and new multifamily sites. So next we'll move over to the Sacramento City and Sacramento County influence on this. So you can see here in the map and the graphics what that distribution looks like. Certainly there's more units in total on the City of Sacramento side compared to the county, but when you start considering the total number of single family units that are there, the percentages that exist, particularly the City of Sacramento compared to Elk Grove, there's not a huge difference in those numbers. I wouldn't necessarily say that there's a sort of higher percentage compared to Elk Grove there. What we do see though is some level of clustering of those units. Certainly you see that on Mack Road, but more importantly, I think you see that around the Cosumnes River College location, which speaks to the educational opportunities there. Certainly have a lot of student housing opportunity, but also the fact that you're on the light rail corridor. That's the terminus, the current terminus of the light rail line, feeding north into Sacramento. So certainly density there is a key thing in order to make that transit system work and provide ridership for it. So there's a connection there that the City of Sacramento has been leaning on. The majority of the new sites, which are colored here in yellow, are actually over in the Delta Shores area, which is soon going to be starting its residential construction. Retail has been the focus out there for now. On the county side, a lot fewer sites identified, you have a lot more single family units that exist out there. So that brings us to the recommendation for the sites. Based upon the analysis and everything we've presented this evening, staff and the Planning Commission are recommending continuing all 18 sites on the existing list with a density increase for 10 of those, and then including 13 candidate sites, which are listed out here. Sarah mentioned at the beginning of the presentation the ordinance that accompanies the action this evening. The majority of these changes and sites are implemented through concurrent rezonings that are proposed this evening. We also have a proposed text change to the Southeast Policy area, which would clarify the description for the high-density residential zone consistent with the existing allowed uses. It would then break the high-density residential zone into two blocks. The existing 15.1 to 30 would remain for sites that are not proposed for rezone, which is primarily because of an existing development agreement on those sites. And then for those others that are proposed for density increases, there would be a second category for 25 to 30 units per acre is the allowed density range. And then the map would be updated concurrently. There are no changes proposed this evening to the mixed use zones, the village center mixed use, or the mixed use residential. Those mixed use characteristics are separate from this discussion. So now I'm going to move into the environmental review. This effort is a project under the California Environmental Quality Act. The objective is to have an informational document that discloses the potential environmental effects of the housing element update and identifies potentially significant direct, indirect, and cumulative impacts, and then attempts to identify feasible measures to mitigate those effects. So the project description for the EIR includes both the housing element update, that is this agenda item, as well as your next item, 9.4, for the safety element update. We'll talk in more detail about that project in the next agenda item. The EIR that's been prepared is a supplemental EIR, supplemental environmental impact report. It is supplemental to the general plan EIR that was prepared and certified in early 2019. So the analysis here only looks at the changes to the general plan associated with the housing element update and the safety element update. So we only look at the increase in density or the increase in development potential on the existing and candidate sites. This analysis is programmatic in nature, so we look at things at a very high level. Individual project review will occur through the design review process when subsequent projects are proposed. There's no direct construction that's authorized this evening. As a result of approving the zoning, subsequent design review is required for all of these sites. But the mitigation measures and impact analysis do carry forward as part of consideration on those projects. I want to highlight those significant and unavoidable impacts that we flagged in the environmental review. The first deals with public services and recreation, specifically to school facilities. The city has no role in funding of school sites. That's left to the state and the school district and how those funding allocations are available. There are limitations on the level of funding that can be imposed on new development, and no ability for the city to impose development fees on that. So that is a significant and unavoidable impact. In the second area of transportation, CEQA requires us to look at what we call vehicle miles traveled, essentially the travel distance and total trips of a development. We don't necessarily look at, we're not allowed to look at any more specific delay of service that may occur. We have a separate process and analysis for looking at something similar to delay through general plan consistency at the project level. So the transportation impacts are results of exceedance of the city's VMT thresholds, both for certain sites on an individual basis and cumulative impacts across the entire project. We have imposed mitigation measures on the transportation impacts, but in abundance of caution, because we don't have all the details on the individual developments, we're recommending that that be a significant and unavoidable impact and that the impact be overridden. So the action before you this evening is to certify the supplemental EIR, both the draft and final, adopting findings of fact in a statement of overriding considerations, and adopting a mitigation monitoring and reporting program. So I'm going to move on to a quick recap for you. I know this has been a lot of information over nearly the last hour, so we'll try to summarize it quickly. Again, you have the recommendation before you from staff and your planning commission to certify the EIR, adopt the resolution of intent to amend the general plan, which will be back before you this evening as item 9.5, and then introduce the ordinance amending zoning for those properties. So the sites that we're recommending are here on the right side of the screen. I won't recap that in too much detail. For your discussion this evening, certainly you have public comments. The clerk mentioned earlier that we have a number of written comments that have been received. Looks like we may have a number of participants this evening that wish to speak as well on one or more sites. So we do want to make sure to capture those. If there's any questions, comments, or direction on the policies and programs, we're certainly available to take that input. And then we're understanding you'll want to talk about the sites themselves. So as to aid in that discussion this evening, we of course have slides prepared with the map. We can point to individual sites and discuss. And then I mentioned earlier that we have the interactive website pieces. So as we go through and discuss those sites, we can go in and, this will work for me, toggle on individual sites how you'd like to include those, and then the numbers will dynamically update as we go. That's based upon both the individual sites. So here we have just the existing candidates, and then we've also prepared a version of it that looks at it by neighborhood if you'd like to as well. And then assuming that there may be amendments this evening to what staff and planning commission have recommended, we have the motions outlined. You can update those on the fly for you. So with that, that concludes our presentation. Sarah and I are available for questions.
All right, thank you for that very, very comprehensive presentation. I will now declare the public hearing open and open the public comment opportunity.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, we did receive, as Mr. Jordan referenced, 13 written comments that were distributed to the full council and staff. And one of those written comments also had a video comment that was also submitted. And that video as well was distributed to the full council and staff. And then I believe we do have a lot of individuals. It looks like everyone's already jumping in with the raise hand feature. And we'd also encourage our phone callers, you use the *9 feature in order to raise your hand. That'll put you in the queue. And what I will be doing is pulling up the speaker timer for that 3-minute speaker limit. And for any of our phone callers, I'll also have the sound of that bell going to give them an idea of when they're down to the last 60 seconds of their comment and then when the comment finalizes. So I'll pull up that speaker timer now and we'll start transitioning speakers in.
Hiro Okuro, you may unmute yourself and begin. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Singh and council members. My name is Adria Okoro, and I'm the policy director of the Sacramento Housing Alliance and a resident of District 3. I would like to first reference the letter that the Sacramento Housing Alliance submitted today with specific comments about the revised 2021 draft housing element. I will mention a few points now, but our complete comments are included in our letter. We are glad that the city is taking actions to identify more sites that could accommodate its arena and facilitate affordable housing developments. Although we still do have some concerns about the realistic development capacity of some of the proposed sites. The draft housing element includes 10 underutilized sites and its candidate sites to be rezoned to meet its lower income arena. The staff reports for tonight's meeting states that staff recommended that 4 of the sites, C8, 9, 18, and 24 of these non-vacant sites be rezoned to meet the lower income arena. However, at least 3 of these underutilized sites do not appear to have a realistic development capacity during the planning period because they have occupied residential dwellings on them, and nothing in the analysis demonstrates it is realistic to assume a change in use. These sites should not be included in the lower income arena. In addition, our letter, we detailed the discrepancy with sites listed as existing vacant sites and total dwelling unit potential and the city's efforts to meet its lower income arena. The city of Elk Grove has a statutory obligation to affirmatively further fair housing, as you all very well know, and are trying and have some recommendations proposed. First, the program should state definitely that the actions in the program will be taken rather than the current language, which is a permissive. In addition, several of the programs included do not clearly state that the action will be taken and appear aspirational rather than designated to create a beneficial impact within the planning period. The draft housing element should consider whether housing financing, including private financing and government assistance programs, are generally available in the community. The draft only describes how low interest rates for borrowing, but does not address whether financing is available, nor does it describe if there are any mortgage deficient areas or underserved groups. A more thorough analysis is needed to both ensure the city can address the lack of financing, predatory lending patterns, and historic racial inequities in lending. I want to thank you for your consideration of these comments, and again, reference our letter that was submitted today. And the Sacramento Housing Alliance is happy to continue working with the city to finalize an element that complies with the law and provides the most effective strategies to address the critical housing needs facing Elk Grove residents with homes and with low incomes. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Next caller, please.
Tamara Omar, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Tamara Omar, you should be able to unmute your mic and go ahead. You have 3 minutes. We'll try coming back to her in a minute. Vimal Singh, you have 3 minutes. You may unmute your mic and go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor Singh and council members. My name is Vimal Singh, and I'm a resident of Elk Grove here on Jordan Ranch Road. And first, I want to appreciate Sarah and Chris's details on the housing needs, and even further appreciate the education on the needs of the affordable housing and all that based on the presentation. Very educational, so thank you. I'm calling, I'm a kind of latecomer to the party, but I'm calling opposing the proposed zoning of location C22, which is right across from Sheldon High School at the corner of Jordan Ranch Road and Calvine Road. And some of the very preliminary reasons are it's already a dense population here based on the land that's available. Very congested due to motorists making right turns into Jordan Ranch Road and coming onto our street and making U-turns going to Kingsbridge Road to enter Sheldon High School. A little further down, a block away, is a street called Waddell Street. And initially when we moved here about 16 years ago, it had direct access from Waterman Road to our street, which runs parallel to Calvine Road. After some complaints to the city, that access was blocked due to reason being we, the residents, had to wait for minutes to even get our own driveways because the traffic backed all the way more than a quarter mile right in front of our houses. So you can just imagine what the additional traffic, cars, and individuals will do to the current situation of congestion. And then the question I had was there any stats for accidents at the intersection of Calvine Road and Jordan Ranch Road? And then another comment is with density, especially if we're looking at low income and affordable housing, there comes a little element of crime. And then so we, the neighbors, will be compelled to take safety measures, which kind of adds further burden on the residents that live here. So with that, I had planned to kind of keep it short, and there it is. I'll give you a minute back of your time. And again, thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Next caller, please.
Ryan Hooper, you may unmute your mic and go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Ryan, you should be able to unmute your mic now.
Good evening, Mayor Singh Allen and members of the City Council. Ryan Hooper with the law offices of Gregory Thatch here this evening representing the Laguna West Association. By way of quick background, the association had initial concerns with the draft housing element presented by staff early on. 2 LC sites and an MP site were proposed for rezoning. Given the existing abundance of high density residential already in Laguna West, coupled with the master planned community that sought a mixture and balance of uses, we indicated our concerns to staff and would like to thank staff for not only listening, but working with us over the coming months to arrive at a place where we are proud to support the current recommendation in front of you today. That recommendation allows for the rezone of the 2 LC sites to assist in the city meeting its RENA obligations, but it keeps the MP zone site off the rezone list. That's an important thing because of the fact that as I mentioned, the master plan community of Laguna West envisioned a great mixture and balance of different uses. And most importantly, it preserves an important job center, an office zoned use for that location, leaving that in the city's inventory to attract new employment generating opportunities at that site. So again, our request is to keep the MP zone parcel as it is, but to rezone the 2 LC sites according to staff's recommendation. Wanted to again thank staff. Thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. We will go on to our next caller.
And I wanted to take a quick opportunity for any of our participants in the Zoom environment or those calling in, please use the raise hand function. As of current, we only have a handful of folks, just 3 folks that are signed up. But if you're on your phone, *9 is the function that you want to press on your phone, and that'll have your raise hand function move in. Currently, none of our callers are signed up to speak. And then we have numerous folks that are attendees, but only a handful of folks that are signed up, and we'll continue.
Andrew McCarthy, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thanks so much for letting me speak here. I'd just like to echo the concerns about lot C22. I'm in the neighborhood there on Jordan Ranch in Calvine, and I have a lot of concerns about the traffic that have already been brought up. Namely, there's certain times of day where it gets arguably dangerous in that area. We have, there's a lot of children in that street, people with pets. We like to jog up and down the street, and seeing the traffic increase, it's really going to be a safety hazard, in my opinion, in that area. And of course, there's other factors such as increase in crime. That's always a concern. Concerned about property value. And really, ultimately, we're just very opposed to changing our quiet little community. And we would, and we know that there's a lot of opportunities out there for development in Elk Grove. So we think that this building could potentially be moved somewhere else. And that's all I've got. I think it was much more succinctly spoken earlier in the meeting, so I don't need to take up any more time.
Thank you, sir, for calling. We will move on to our next caller.
Rhonda Law, you may go ahead and unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes. Rhonda, if you want to go ahead and unmute your line, you can go ahead and speak.
Good evening. Thank you. Good evening. I would like to thank Mayor St. Allen, as well as the City Council and everyone who participated in putting the presentations and collecting the data and getting it out to us in the public. I am attending in particular to C22, lot 43 over in the Jordan Ranch, Calvine area. I've been a resident here for 17 years, and I'm really concerned about the rezoning due to the fact that we've already been dealing with traffic that's been chaotic during school years prior to COVID days. We would have to have CHP or local traffic enforcement sitting in just to redirect traffic so that they cohere to the street laws, as well as closing off our emergency corridor because it would be so congested. In addition, there will be, we're considered as a low in density community. So putting an apartment building there will definitely change the characteristics of our neighborhood, making it a high residency, making it a high impact residence area. So basically with that comes the concern of crime, not knowing who's moving in and out of the neighborhood when we have kids in the neighborhood. There's high turnover in apartment complexes, as well as the concern of property value being affected. And also, in addition to what my neighbor brought up earlier, is the concern of the traffic analysis of the accidents that's occurred right on the corner of our development, in addition to the corner of Waterman and Calvine. So if an analysis could be conducted and presented to us, that would actually be great. With that being said, I definitely would love to see the change of homelessness in our community, but not at the expense of us losing our community. With that said, I'm going to turn it over to the facilitator of the meeting, and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
We will go on to our next public comment.
Chakra Hamid, you may unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Sharuk Hamid. I am I don't know if that timer went on or not. Okay, there we go. I am a resident of Council District 2, and I reside in the neighborhood where the C22 zoning for the 43 units on Calvine and Jordan Ranch is a candidate for. And one of the 2 concerns that I wanted to present were the fact that right at the entrance of Jordan Ranch, we do, like my other neighbors stated, have extreme traffic concerns. We even had a no U-turn sign placed very recently at the entrance of the community due to traffic, because people would be making illegal U-turns or making right turns into the community in order to access the high school. So as you know, it is a high traffic environment. I'd also like an analysis of traffic accidents and would like this to be considered when making the decision of the possible unit building development on Calvine. Another concern I had was the noise concern. The community is a very quaint little neighborhood, and it actually doesn't have the appropriate land to even uphold the new development, as I can already see that my neighbors and I all enjoy running and being outside in our neighborhood, and it would just honestly feel far too overcrowded at that point. Those were all the concerns that I wanted to present in regards to the development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling. Next caller, please.
Casey Yang, you may go ahead and unmute. You have 3 minutes. You're still muted, Casey. It looked like you unmuted and then it muted again. All right, Casey, we'll try coming back to you in just a moment. Jared Peel, you have 3 minutes. You can go ahead.
Hello, I'm Jared Peel. I'm actually a recent resident to the Jordan Ranch area for C22. We purchased our home about 1 year ago, actually left East Sacramento, downtown Sacramento for a purpose. The whole reason we left was to avoid the congestion and the traffic of the area, as well as to find a community that fit the growth of our family, which was to be, close to rural and peaceful and quiet. And we found that at Jordan Ranch, and I'm concerned about traffic increases with the proposed 43 unit complex. I'm also concerned about visual impairment for certain neighbors in the area. I imagine that you can't build that kind of unit without having direct impact on backyards of those units that back up to that specific lot. So privacy is a concern there. I have not experienced the traffic concerns next to Sheldon High School, as we've been in COVID lockdown for the last year, but I can't imagine that the traffic will pick up as things become normal. I will tell you that we would not have purchased our property knowing that a 43 unit complex was going to be built in that vacant lot there. And I'd like to echo the comments of the previous callers for this unit, in that this is a very nice little community. I am concerned about traffic and crime and impact of our little park there. We have a 7-month daughter, and I want to make sure that my wife can walk around the streets with her safely. And so I'd like to let the rest of my time go to other comments. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Next caller, please.
Stacy Zhang, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Did I unmute myself? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Singh Allen and City Council members. My name is Stacy Shong. I am a resident of Jordan Ranch, and the proposed lot, or the candidate site C22, is a concern for me. I've been a resident here for over 10 years. And just like the rest of my neighbors have mentioned, the biggest concern that I feel is really traffic. I have 3 kids that I've raised here, and we, go to school. My kids go to school right there at Sheldon and Smedberg. And the worst thing is traffic here. We have a very small community. We have one way in, one way out. A lot of just along Calvin alone, without even people turning into our little street here and making a U-turn, illegal U-turns, where again, they had to put a sign up there. They had to have law enforcement out there to make sure traffic was being, the traffic rules were being followed. But people coming in, besides just coming into our street and making U-turns and going back to drop off their children at Sheldon and Smedberg, the whole road of Calvin right there is just congested every single morning. And then having a 43 unit apartment right there would just be, I couldn't even imagine traffic at that point. I have other concerns as well, as far as my other neighbors have mentioned, just the fact that, we are a very small community, and we can't imagine having a 43 unit apartment right there where, again, of course, the visual impact is going to be there. The concern over, crime and things like that, definitely, but just the population alone would be so dense right here that it's just unimaginable to have a apartment complex right here in this corner lot. If you look at the lot size and you imagine having an apartment complex there with parking spaces, I just don't see how it's used. It could possibly be done. But more than anything, just the concern about the whole traffic here, it's impossible. And I'm just really worried about that. So definitely I would like to have you consider, or at least look at the lot size and, consider taking this lot off of the potential sites for the multi-use zoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling, ma'am. We will go on to our next caller.
Nina Tan, you may go ahead and unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Singh and everybody in the City Council. I am a resident at the Jordan Ranch area in C22, Lot 4043. We have a close ties within our neighborhood. We all know and communicate with each other. Building the apartment complex near our neighborhood will cause a tremendous issues as follow. We have children running around playing at the Jordan Ranch Park. Our neighbors love to walk around along with their pets. With adding the apartment complex, it will increase traffic and will cause more accidents. As most of my neighbors stated, we already have a lot of traffic and accident, and please provide us a data analysis. As Ms. Chong stated, we only have a one-way out and one-way in. If at an apartment complex, that will increase accident, crimes, and bringing down the house market. So please, my whole neighborhood plead to you to please reconsider on not building the apartment complex near our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next caller, please.
Adela Sioran, you may go ahead and unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes. It looks like you're unmuted, but we can't hear you if you're speaking.
I live on Ranch, Jordan Ranch, and as well I have a about the community. We have seen in the years increased traffic going to high school. A lot of people would come to the U-turn illegally. Back was on every other week. Always an accident at that intersection. I'm very concerned for the safety. If in case of an emergency, if we have to leave or something, it's very, very crowded when school is on, and I just cannot even imagine what would it be with more residents being in this neighborhood. I really appreciate if you guys can consider going somewhere else.
Thank you for calling. Next caller, please.
Danny Rios, you may unmute and go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. That was a nice presentation. I just want to echo all my neighbors here in reference to lot C22. We're really concerned about the safety. You know, there's like everybody had said, there's children that use that crosswalk. But the thing is that what we witness is that we get a lot of frustrated parents or frustrated teenagers that's picking up their younger siblings, and they start doing illegal U-turns, or you'll see they'll just speed up. But it's really about safety. I wish you guys consider about that and do an analysis again on accidents in that area, or just do an observation when schools started back up. And I can't say any much more than what everybody's been saying is about the safety concern about this area and the congestion. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next caller, please.
Hash Singh, you may go ahead and unmute your mic. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you all. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Perfect. This is Hash Singh. I'm a resident of the Jordan Ranch community. Thanks again for your time. Just wanted to share a quick thought here and expand on our fellow neighbors here. One thing to take into consideration is that we also have an existing park less than a quarter mile from the proposed new apartment building. This park's already congested. We've already had an armed robbery here less than 2 months ago in front of the park. And really just don't want to see the community I grew up in as a kid become unsafe for the young children who are growing up here now. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Next caller, please.
Casey Yang, you may try unmuting yourself and go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Casey, it looks like you're still muted. If you can unmute yourself, then you can go ahead. It looks like we're not able to make a connection with this one. We'll try the next speaker.
Okay.
For the participant, Casey Yang, you may want to exit the Zoom environment and come back in and or dial in using just a regular phone using the same registration link. It'll give you a phone number and then you can press *9 and provide your comments via phone.
And Tamana Omar, you can unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes. Looks like we're also having trouble connecting with the user being able to unmute and speak on this one. So if they would like to call back in on the phone number, you can raise their hand that way as well. Alona Pagani, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilmen. I would like to comment. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
We
Yes,
can,
an
but you are getting an echo effect. And what you may want to do is you don't want to have any devices, like if you're on a phone or you want to turn off kind of speaker modes or turn off other devices, like don't have a cell phone in proximity to your laptop or computer. And try reducing down the number of devices you have.
Okay. Let's try it now. Good evening again.
That's sounding pretty good. And then just kind of keep going and we'll see how it goes.
Okay, so my name is Ilona Pogine and I am one of the residents in Jordan Ranch. And I just would like to oppose the multifamily development on lot 43 or the C22 proposed plan. The traffic has been really, really bad in the previous years to COVID. The congestion, the illegal turns has been bad enough when the school is in session. Having more people moving into our little neighborhood will definitely increase the traffic concerns and safety. And it will definitely change the quiet neighborhood that we all love and fell in love when we first moved in here. So again, I just want to raise my concern about putting a multifamily unit at the corner, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling. We'll go on to our next caller.
Larry Raimondo, you may unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Larry Raimondo. I also live here at Jordan Ranch. Good evening, everyone. I also echo my neighbor's concern here, but most especially building a residential apartments near our neighborhood. My concern is the residential park that we have here. And when schools are open, you can see all these kids that are going in there smoking dope. And I'm concerned with that one. Now, how much more influence, not knowing who these neighbors or who are the residents of this new apartment complex. I worry about the influence of whoever will come to these young kids that are already smoking dope in that park. And I am concerned with that. And sometimes I feel like calling the police when these kids are over there hanging out and smoking marijuana, and which is a bad influence to young families and young kids staying in the park. That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next caller, please.
Henry Lee, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Henry, it looks like you're still on mute. If you want to unmute yourself, then go ahead.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I would concern about the lot 22. I live in Jordan Ranch here, and the lot 22 that have 43 unit. That's so density for the area, and they will affect the culture of the area here. So I'm really concerned about it. The traffic and the crime rate. I think they will be going up. So I'm really concerned about it. So I hope mayor and the council will be considerate about that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next caller, please.
Kukishmet Sangher, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, all. This is Candy Sangera. Actually, I'm resident of this community on Jordan Ranch from since 2004. I strongly oppose this proposal. Rezoning high density 43 units would add more traffic congestion. It would be super hectic during school time to come in and out of the neighborhood. It's already really hectic during the business hours to even go to work or drop off the children at school. So I would like to add that it's not only going to be safety hazard, but kids who walk in the neighborhood or the residents of the community, it's going to be quite challenging for them to be a part of this community and stay safe. I really oppose this. We have a park nearby. It gets really hectic when the kids from high school hang out there. We have to make multiple calls when there's a lot of disturbance already in the area. By adding this property, it will be even more hectic. So I strongly oppose it, and I would like you to be considerate of it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for calling. We'll go to our next caller.
Jasleen Singh, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
This is Jasleen Singh. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to speak. I think we can all agree here that there is a great concern for safety. Elk Grove City motto is proud heritage and bright future. I believe that the proposed new development goes against that motto, considering that many of us lived here 16 plus years ago in order to kind of get away from the many busy streets. 16 years ago, this community was brand new and there wasn't much around. And over the years, it's developed quite a bit, which is great. However, having this apartment complex is not what we had signed up for originally. Had we known that this is what would develop years later, we might have made different choices. The Jordan Ranch community was supposed to be a gated community originally, which was quickly shut down by the city of Elk Grove. Although we don't have a gated community now, we hope that the city can take our feelings into consideration before they go forward with these plans. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Next caller, please.
Katrina Leary, you may unmute your mic. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can.
Okay, perfect. I live in Jordan Ranch, and I would also just like to echo the concerns of my neighbors about the lot 22 for the 43 apartment units. My concern is also not just the traffic and the safety, but also the parking on that main drag where Jordan Ranch leads. There's already a ton of cars parked there for people who live on that street and people who visit that park. It's really a concern of mine of just walking down the street or being able to put out our trash cans or anything of like that sort. I'm also would like to know where, if you guys were going to move forward with that project, where the entrance to that apartment complex would be off of Calvine or into our little community of Jordan Ranch. It just seems very hectic already with Sheldon High, Smedberg, Bradshaw Christian isn't too far. And we have a Jehovah's Witness Center that also creates some traffic. And I would just really love for you guys to reconsider putting a housing development there, and just to echo the concerns of my fellow neighbors. I appreciate you letting me speak.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. We'll go to our next caller.
Trina Nguyen, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi,
I've been here since 2004. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Hello? Okay. So we've been here since 2004. It's a very tight-knit community, and I frequently walk the neighborhoods. I basically know the majority of our neighbors, who goes in, who goes out. Over the years, the development of Elk Grove, especially around Jordan Ranch, has been growing. We've been seeing more and more unknown cars that comes in and out, especially with schools coming in. There's a lot of people that make U-turns when the side to go into Sheldon High gets backed up. So there's definitely a safety issue, as well as concerns of unknown people or unknown members of the community that are coming in and out. There's been a number of cases that people have. There have been stolen cars that parked up along that one little street, and they abandoned it. It's just going to create a lot more chaos and unknown chaos. We just don't want that to get anywhere close to that. So the members of Jordan Ranch community has been really close, tight knit, and we would like to kind of keep it, from getting any worse than it is. So thank you for letting me speak. We hope that this measure doesn't get passed.
Thank you for calling. We will go on to our next caller.
And I think at this point, we only have participants that are on phone. And if you're a phone participant and you wish to address item 9.3, if you press *9, it puts you into the queue to speak. We've got one of you. So we've got one of you, we'll pull you in, and then we'll just verify with those, if you're just to verify that we can pull you into the meeting. We're gonna unmute you after this speaker, and then just double check that you're understanding how to participate tonight. But with that, we have one of our callers. We're ready to go.
If your phone ends in 513, I've unmuted you. You can go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm calling in regard. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Okay. Yes, I'm calling in regards to the C-22 proposal on Jordan Ranch. I'm also a resident there, and I am very concerned about having a 43-unit apartment at the entrance there. My concern is that there, like all my fellow neighbor has mentioned, it's only a one-way in and out, and I live at the end of that street. So if there is an apartment there and all the traffic and congestion, parking, it's going to be very difficult to come in and out. And also, we are a very quiet, closed neighbor community here. I see older folks walk with their dogs every day, and it's very peaceful and quiet. So I just can't imagine having an apartment, not anywhere else, but that entrance of our street. It's going to affect our little community. It's going to have a major effect on us. And so we kind of like to keep it quiet that way. And so I would really ask that if you guys can reconsider not putting that unit there at the end of that street. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Did we have any other callers?
I think what we have left, if we can ask the participants that are in the Zoom environment, if you can use the raise hand function, it allows us to queue through folks a lot quicker. So we just had some folks that signed up just now. So I would ask our attendees, please use the raise hand function now in order to sign up. If you're one of our callers, please press *9 in order to dial in. But we just got 3 more individuals that are signing up as Zoom attendees, and then we will touch base with a couple of our phone callers after we get to these folks.
Provost Sec, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm concerned about C-22, so I do oppose the proposal because of the traffic and the crime. That's all. Thank you.
All right, nice and short. We will go on to our next caller.
Sean Ayers, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Sean Ayers. I too am a resident of Jordan Ranch. And I moved from Old Town Elk Grove on the Elk Grove Boulevard to get away from traffic and live in a nice, tight, quiet community, which many of the neighbors have spoke earlier about how this was supposed to be a gated community, and it was voted down. I'm highly encouraged by the number of people in our neighborhood who have called in to oppose it, as I strongly do oppose putting a 43-unit apartment complex right at the corner of a highly congested intersection. As many of the neighbors have said earlier, during school hours, it is just a nightmare to get in and out of our neighborhood. We tried in many times, and I'd like to know how many times our neighborhood has called Elk Grove PD to try to help do some traffic enforcement, because I don't know if you really look at the lot where you would put an entrance and exit into that location, you're going to increase the probability of more major accidents. And not only that, but just the demographics of where you could put an entrance and exit, you're going to make a huge impact on traffic flowing from Jordan Ranch and then also from Calvine. Like the neighbors have stated earlier, we have a park that many of our neighborhood had a vote several years ago for increasing our fees through CSD to maintain our quiet and very delightful park. And to the east of our neighborhood, we have a wild preserve, which if we put a high density apartment complex in there, you're kind of changing the overall demographic of our neighborhood. So in facts have shown, studies have shown that you put a high density apartment complex, whether you want to label it as affordable housing, low income housing, there's just a natural crime element that comes with that. We have, as it was stated earlier, many high school kids come in and use the park for nefarious activities. And then we have, for whatever reason, we have people that do not live in our neighborhood that come down on Jordan Ranch, which kind of dead ends into the rural community right behind us, and will stay at the end of our neighborhood and are, you know, whether they're drinking, they're smoking dope, they don't belong in the neighborhood. And with it, a 43-unit apartment complex, I just think that would increase that type of activity, increase the calls for service for the local Elk Grove Police Department. And with that, my opposition is to oppose this development on C-22. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Next caller, please.
Hong Fan, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Susie. I'm also calling in to oppose for the C-22 units of 43. I live in the Jordan Ranch community, and same thing goes on what all the neighbors have said about increased traffic, along with the safety. Our neighborhood is a quiet little area, and a lot of neighbors have lived here for many years since the development, since probably 2005. For me, it's about that time as well. So it's very important that this apartment is going to increase more people and traffic in that area because of the school is just literally across from the corner. A lot of high schools, they come over on this side to get picked up or get dropped off and walk over to school. Likewise, so in the morning traffic, they come in, make turns, illegal U-turns, or they turn to small streets and turn out. So that does create a problem. And actually, there's a few times that I've almost got hit from a U-turn car in front of me. So, and they just, you know, go along, and it was like, you know, that's going to be a problem with just the safety of the kids as well. And also with the privacy of the homes that's going to be built behind the apartments, they won't have any privacy, along with their home values have decreased because it's just next to an apartment as well. And for our safety of the parks, yes, there's going to be increased of visitors or, you know, people coming into the park. It is public, we get it. But then, you know, things happen with high schoolers hanging out at the park after school, and then late hours, even after the park has been closed, they still come out and hang out. So we have to do some calling of the police. But yeah, all that is a problem. So that's why I'm calling in to say that I'm opposing this and I don't agree with this planning. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Do we have any other callers?
We do. We have a caller that's being pulled in via phone, and then we have another speaker, and then we just have a phone caller to check with who has remained silent so far as the raise hand function.
Great.
Caller, if your number ends in 751, you're unmuted and you may go ahead.
Hey, good evening. My name is Anthony Bangloy. I'm a resident of Jordan Ranch and oppose C-22. I'd like to echo my neighbor's sentiment. My family and I moved here about 6 years ago. We researched the area, met the neighbors, and this change or proposal would totally change the dynamics of the neighborhood we move in. We actually would not have moved into the neighborhood if the proposed property at the site of C-22 existed. In actuality, approval could lead to reverse effects and see an exodus of residents in the neighborhood as my family and I wouldn't stay. I retire in 2 years. And we actually thought this would be our forever home. Again, I want to echo the sentiment that traffic is a major concern. We only have one outlet coming into the current neighborhood. Another concern we have to echo is the fact that probable crime increase within the neighborhood and increased traffic at the park. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Next caller.
John Sams, you may unmute yourself and go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is John Sams. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
All right, thank you for letting me speak. I'm also a resident of the Jordan Ranch community, and I'd also like to piggyback on all my other neighbors of their concerns, but I have an additional concern, which goes in line of just simple emergency response vehicles coming into our community because of that single inlet. When the congestion is present under normal circumstances during those highly congested times, the lights are green, but the vehicles have absolutely nowhere to go. So I'm concerned about the response time for fire, ambulance, police service, any kind of emergent situation. It's all about response time. And I'd like to see some sort of study or provide some feedback of how that would be mitigated. I don't see how that's possible with the proposal of C-22. So thank you for your time, and I'll give it back to you.
Thank you, sir. Next caller, please.
And we don't have any other attendees with their hands raised, but we would like to touch base with the caller with their phone number ending in 281. If we could do that, staff, that would be great. And just to see if the caller with the phone number ending in 281 is interested in addressing item 9.3. I think we have the caller activated, but they have to unmute on their side. And we'll give the caller with the phone number ending in 281. Count down a little bit of time here. Otherwise, we're going to go. We have another individual who's raised their hand with a request to speak on this item. But we'll take the silence from the caller ending in 281 that they're not interested in addressing public comment for 9.3. Staff, if we could pull in our next speaker on the attendee list.
Bupera Sangera, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is actually Ganimet Sangera. I've been a resident here in our neighborhood since 2004, and I'm opposing C-22 due to the same reasons all my other neighbors have with the congestion and just the noise regulations. I oppose. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for calling.
Thanks.
All right. We will go on to our next caller.
And I believe that will conclude those who've used the raised hand function as our attendees. That would conclude our public comment on this item for 9.3.
All right, I'm going to do a 5-second countdown. Last call for public comments on item 9.3. And 3, 2, and 1. All right, I will then declare the public hearing closed and open it up to council. Before I go to council colleagues, just want to ask Sarah and Christopher. I'm going to save most of my comments for later, but I just want to kick off with at least one of the questions, since it was the only unique one from all of the other. Actually, there was 2 unique ones. Everyone else was on C22. Regarding the comments made from the Sacramento Housing Alliance, if you can address some of the concerns that they raised as it relates to development capacity. And so when I heard something about the housing element being aspirational, I put that in my notes here. So if any response related to the Sacramento Housing Alliance, the comments that they made this evening, and if you had a chance to review their letter, if you want to provide any additional insight on that, that would be great. And then I will turn it over to council colleagues for additional questions and comments.
Yes, we did have a chance to review their letter. Some of the concerns that were expressed were similar to a previous letter that they had submitted, and we were able to address some of those concerns in the new draft housing element that you have before you tonight. The primary concerns related to the land were both that we had some sites that have existing properties on them. The site owners of those sites have been supportive of the rezoning. And so we feel that that is a viable reason to move forward with those sites. We also have included some large sites. And, as I mentioned during my presentation, 3 to 5 acres is kind of the sweet spot for affordable housing developers. They're generally looking for somewhere between 60 and 120, 130 units. And so that 3 to 5 acres is a good range. We do have some sites larger than that, but we also have seen that there are developers out there that make that work. The Gardens at Quail Run, for example, was a large site, and it was, I believe, about 12 acres. It was broken up into 3 sites, one of which stayed with the property owner and remained like a single family home. And then the remaining 10 acres was split into 2 sites. And so we added in response to that concern of large sites, we added a program specifically focused on facilitating the subdivision of those large sites and helping to plan for that. And so we think that will address those concerns, especially given our track record. We did not hear the same concerns on those sites from the State Department of Housing and Community Development. So we feel comfortable that they will accept those sites to meet our lower income RHNA need.
Great. Okay, I will now turn it over. CJ, did you have anything to add?
Not on that, no,
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll start with Councilmember Spies.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Let's see. Let me start off here real quick with, I want to go back real quick to action 10. If you do me a favor and it's been a little while now, can you refresh me a little bit on action 10 regarding the parking study and reductions to minimum parking requirements? What was that all about?
Christopher, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, I can. Thanks, Sarah. So Action 10 is a parking study that we are looking at conducting. We've actually solicited for proposals from our on-call traffic consultants to help us with this. And it's an effort that we've received state grant funding to accomplish. Essentially in this study, what we're going to do is look at the various apartment complexes of all income categories that exist around the city and do an inventory of the parking utilization. So we'll look at various points in time throughout the day, primarily in the late afternoon into evening, as late as 11 o'clock at night, maybe even 2 o'clock in the morning, to look at the utilization of the parking spaces and then do a comparison of that to the existing units that are on the site to help understand what the overall utilization of spaces is. what we're understanding when we look at the sort of pro formas of constructing a project is not all projects need the full extent of parking that our existing code calls for. You can actually look at doing reduced standards. The Quail Run project, the phase 2 that was approved recently, actually had its own parking study conducted, looking at existing data from recent affordable housing projects constructed. So similar characteristics, and they were able to show that a reduced parking demand was achievable on that site. So reduction permit was utilized. Similarly, there have been reduction requests on other apartments recently. I believe one over in Laguna West had one. So that's something that we think is important to look at, particularly as we're trying to achieve the higher density. We believe the household sizes start coming down as you get into higher dense products in comparison to, say, a traditional single family, particularly households that are single head of household. So you have one parent, maybe one child, or even single person households. So the need for personal transportation is reduced, or the demand is reduced compared to other residential types. We think there's also a correlation between the location of the units and available transit services, particularly long-term fixed transit through the city via light rail or bus rapid transit. That's another opportunity to leverage for reduced parking demand. So hopefully that addresses what you were looking for.
It does. I guess I just want to throw something out cautionary. When I see the reductions to minimum parking requirements, it reminds me of an issue that we've had recently regarding development to the north of Sheldon across from Winco. And what happened there is that that developer and this is in the city of Sacramento, I'm not poking at anybody here, the city of Sacramento allowed them to underpark. And what happened is the residents were running across the street. And I understand that the purpose is, the intent is to drive people towards, reducing vehicles mile traveled, use public transportation. I get that. But the net effect was we had folks who were running across Sheldon Road because they were parking at Winco, right? So all I'm suggesting is we really need to exercise caution about that, because what I don't want to do is to set up another unsafe instance like what happened there, right? Okay.
So I would agree with you on that. In fact, that's the reason we've structured the language in the action to study it and review for potential changes. Whereas you'll see in the letter from Legal Services, they're asking to make that language more aggressive and commit us to the reduction. We don't think we're at a point today where we have the data to commit to doing the reduction. We'd like to study it first and bring that information back to the commission and the council for your review and direction.
Sure. And my intent is not to argue with their letter, right? That's absolutely not. I understand why they would want to do that. What I'm saying for us internally is we have seen instances where underparking has set up unsafe conditions, and we've got to be very careful about doing that. It wasn't our fault. We did nothing wrong. It was done for us, right? But I just want to make sure that reduction of parking is not a foregone conclusion, right? Okay. Okay. So my next question is, and you're probably going to say, well, we've answered this, Kevin, but I kind of want to condense these questions into three answers here. The first one is, the requirement to do this update comes from who or where?
So in simple terms, the state requires us to do an update to the housing element every 8 years. We are due now to complete that. The allocation for the units, what Sarah showed a little bit ago, I'll jump to the slide just for reference. This slide with this data, it starts as a regional allocation by the state to SACOG. And SACOG goes through a required methodology distributed to all the local agencies. So this starts the state mandate, passes down to us to complete on an 8-year cycle, and we're there now. Failure to complete risks various state funding and grant programs, and the state has actually become more aggressive the last couple of years with litigation against local agencies who do not have completed housing elements.
Well, you guessed my second question, which again was, what happens if we fail to comply, right? The state requires us to do this. There are penalties if we do not comply, right? Okay.
Correct.
So then I guess the next question I have then is, the plan as it's presented, do you believe that it fulfills our regulatory requirement?
Yes, based on our conversations with the State Housing and Community Development Department, We believe the draft we're presenting to you this evening meets all the qualifications and is one that will pass certification.
Okay. Next question, or something I want to open up for others, I suppose, is let's have a conversation about Charlie 25. Right there, there was a footnote earlier relative to that. Perhaps that is an option instead of another site in the area.
So on this one, and let me just jump over here and circle it for the benefit of everyone seeing the slide. Give me a moment, please. So this is the site that we're referring to, that site C22 or Charlie 22, as you mentioned. This site is.
I didn't mention 22, I mentioned 25, but.
Oh, I'm sorry, 25. Oh,
about 25.
Thank you. Okay, so yes, 25 is one that we've taken a look at. We've had numerous conversations with the property owner over the last couple of months. Prior to the staff report being released, our last correspondence with them was that while they remained interested, they were not prepared at this point to move forward. We did get a call, I believe it was late, it was either Thursday or Friday, as things were basically being printed and published, that they were interested maybe again in moving forward. And we identified that they needed to provide correspondence to us that we could circulate to the council. As of 6 o'clock this evening, we've double checked emails. We've not received anything, either email or post mail from them. So at this point, we're recommending not including C25. You do have, if you were to certify the EIR tonight and they wanted to come back in a few months or a year, we would likely be able to leverage that EIR in order to complete the general plan and amendments and rezoning at a later date. So we can always add the site later.
I mean, I'm looking at Charlie 25 and it says it's a 5.2 acres, underutilized parcel, right? Partially vacant. It scores actually relatively high, right? Site surrounded by vacant land, commercial uses, low density development, right? Located less than a quarter of a mile from public transit stops. I guess I'm just kind of, I'm gonna throw out the.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so as you, I won't go into it too much, but as you were comparing, if you were to compare that data we presented in attachment 4 with each of the sites, which is what you're referring to there, with the ownership feedback that we've received, we've tried to balance those two things and not get to a place where we're giving you a recommendation where we've got strong owner opposition. Here's a case where the owner support is, it's sort of teetered back and forth a couple of times based upon different conversations we've had. So we've not felt comfortable including it. You could, of course, include it this evening. It's council's prerogative. I will clarify, though, in the early in the process and throughout the environmental review, we considered a much larger portion of the site, almost the site in totality, which is where that 5 acres come from. In discussing with the owner, they're interested in retaining the existing event center space and the parking associated with it. So that leaves about a 2.5 acre site towards the back of the property that they would be able to develop while still retaining that other use. So that becomes sort of the underutilized component. There's I think a shed or an old barn structure out there that would be removed in order to facilitate it. So we wouldn't look at the full 5 acres. We'd want to focus tonight on the 2.5.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Well, I'll park my questions and such there and yield to my council members.
Thank you. Councilmember Sin.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by saying, you know, at SACOG, just so folks are aware, when the RENA numbers came out, there wasn't a single jurisdiction in, you know, the region, 6 counties, 22 cities that was pleased with the amount of you know, new requirements that were assigned. So this is something that every jurisdiction has been struggling with and will continue to struggle with, as housing affordability remains one of the biggest challenges for this entire state. And you know, we could talk all night long about, you know, the cost of housing and the reasons why, but what we need to do is ensure that we have enough opportunities. These aren't mandates. This may not get built on, but we need to ensure there's proper opportunities because there is a link between the amount of affordable housing and the increase in homelessness. And I'm confident nobody listening or on this council wants that to increase either. So as regards to this site, I was wondering, Christopher, could you pull up C22? You mentioned you had like from the database. I'm just curious if we could get a closer look into that.
Sure, so I'll jump over here. This will work, right? So here is site C22. It has the potential at the proposed rezoning for 43 units, and based upon Planning Commission review, it's being recommended for inclusion. Dive in here a little bit, and you can see the location here at the southeast corner of Calvine and Jordan Ranch Road. This is the high school, the parking lot, catty corner from it. I can pull up an aerial if you'd like, but this is probably a good basis.
No, that's okay. And I'm just curious. I mean, there's no application today, but if if there was one, would and maybe you can't even answer this today, but would you suspect the entrance would be on Jordan Ranch, or I mean Bradshaw or Calvine?
I think it'd be a little speculative to say. There's probably a couple of different ways, and it probably depends a little more on what the final unit count is. If we're a developer, we're trying to maximize the development potential beyond what we've identified this evening. You might need to have two formal points of access. So you could have one on Calvine and one on Jordan Ranch. I think any access on Calvine is going to be right in, right out restricted. And part of the limitations on Calvine relative to the outbound movement is going to be the proximity to the intersection. So the further west that driveway can be, the more that there's certainly a likelihood it could be there. I'd certainly be worried about folks that are exiting there, trying to get across multiple lanes of traffic to get into the left turn pocket at the signal in order to make that U-turn. So I think there's certainly a likelihood and a strong need for an access on Jordan Ranch itself. Whether that's aligned with Corley Cove Lane, I would leave to the engineers to decide where that ends up needing to sit. So certainly those are points of consideration, and there are some limited access opportunities here. Traditional public access. There is an emergency vehicle access to the neighborhood further to the south that exits out to Waterman. So if there were a large incident in this neighborhood, fire and police would open up that EVA and be able to access the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, regardless of what we decide here tonight, it sounds like if we could get Public Works to take a look at, see what type of safety improvements could be done regarding the traffic, I think that would be a good use of folks' time. So the other, simply, I thought unless you have a strict requirement in terms of a buffer, if we took this site out, then you would still have a buffer, would you not, of units?
Correct. So I can toggle the site on and off here. So here's with the recommendation, and we end up with our buffer at about 554 units. If we take it off, we drop to 511. So we end up going to, give me a minute.
Yeah, you were at 14% buffer, but.
Yeah, I think we dropped from about 13 down to 12.
Okay.
Hang on a second. My calculator go. So if we end up with 4776 divided by 265, yeah, we're at about 11.9, 12%, which would still be a reasonable number.
Okay. No, and so I would say, and I appreciate all the folks calling in tonight. I appreciate their concerns. I think in this particular instance, there appears to be one site that folks are concerned about. It still provides us with enough buffer but I will caution that, you know, the need, and we can't anticipate when any of these sites will ever, or if ever, will get developed. And as noted earlier by staff and in the report, if a site does not result in an affordable housing in something market rate, we need to find a replacement site. So I would, you know, I'd be willing to put forth that we remove this site, adopting the rest of the staff's recommendation, but under the understanding that if within the next 8 years there becomes a definitive need, if need be, you know, the site will come back up for consideration. But for now, you know, we would not move forward with it. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sun. Councilmember Hume.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start with kind of some larger level thinking here. And the first is that I think this is at least the third, if not the fourth, and Christopher, you would probably know because I think you've been there for all of them as well, a time that I've personally participated in this particular exercise. And some of the rules and some of the commitments have changed through the years, but the base level of fitting a bunch of round pegs into square holes remains the same. And you know, one of the commonalities of that is that people tend to oppose putting this designation near their neighborhoods. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. You know, when it comes to housing affordability, and I speak of lowercase a affordable, not uppercase, it's a supply and demand equation. And unfortunately, these RHNA numbers are based on median income. And so they're not actually based on what homes are selling for right now. And I would say in the current market, I know of homes in the Elk Grove area that are selling for, you know, $100,000 to $200,000 over what I would estimate their true value is. And so we're getting ourselves further and further out of whack, simply because the market's so good. I will say this, speaking of having gone through this exercise and being around a while, I was on the planning commission when the Jordan Ranch development came forward. And if you look at, I think it's Mendoza Lane that's up at the top of the Jordan Ranch development, it actually bifurcates this parcel because the intention at that time is that it would develop into a court coming off, and so that there would not be any access onto the Jordan Ranch road as you enter that community. Now, I think these folks have gotten accustomed to having a pretty secluded, low impact community with a park more or less to themselves and their neighbors, and it's likely that things are going to develop to the south of the current development. So the world will change out there. That being said, they are obviously organized, they're obviously opposed, and they bring up some good points, which I don't know if the chief or a representative from PD is in the meeting, because I can't see all the attendees or the panelists, but you know, apparently it looks like we need to maybe step up enforcement out there with respect to traffic, particularly during school times, as well as some nefarious activity that sounds like might be happening in Jordan Ranch Park. So all of that to say that this is never an easy exercise. It does obviously incur a certain amount of NIMBYism that you know, is legitimate. Former council member Detrick always warned that if you move to a place and there's vacant land nearby, caveat emptor, buyer beware, because it may get changed and you don't know what's going to be there. That being said, I agree with the comments of Councilmember Sun that you know, we still have a sizable buffer and meet the needs of our plan if we remove this site. But I also like what Councilmember Spies brought up with respect to site C25. It's a small parcel, but it is on a corner we're near a corner that I think is going to continue to urbanize. I know that there's plans and have been for years of more commercial use on the north side of Calvine in the county. And so certainly you're going to see that whole area change a little bit. So that could or may not be within the 8-year window of this update. So I think the staff and planning commission did a good job sifting through all of these. I think keeping all of the existing sites is smart. And I would go along with all of the recommendations except removing C22 or Charlie 22 in favor of C25.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Thank you, ma'am. I have a couple of questions. Mr. Jordan, I know that Councilmember Spies asked this already, but you had said the plan putting forward, you think that the state would approve this, and only because I don't know, this is my first time going through this. If they don't approve it, do we have an opportunity to go back and make some changes or additions or whatnot to this?
Absolutely. So if in the final analysis that they review the document we will be submitting early next week, they'd have a review opportunity there. They would flag any issues that they have. Ideally, those are limited to the comments we've received previously. The last letter we have from them, the last review, was I think a 4-page or so letter with very specific points. We've been coordinating on those edits throughout the last couple of weeks. But if they did have an issue with what we ultimately submitted, we have about 120 or 180 day window from actually the 15th in order to bring that back. So what we'd have to do is work with the city attorney's office and make a determination if anything needed to go back through planning commission, but ultimately would come back to this body.
Wonderful. And then this question is for Mr. Hobbs. I know the mayor asked this earlier, but the letter from SAC Housing Alliance, and I saw that Legal Services of Northern California was on there as well too. It was quite a lengthy letter. I was able to just go through it real quick because it was since late. I'm wondering if those were just suggestions or were they saying that there were corrections that we needed to make on this?
So I did have a chance to review the letter and I spoke briefly with Christopher on it. I lost my video. I did not see any fatal flaws from a legal perspective. They were largely suggestions that fall within the discretion of the city council as to what you might want to do with respect to a housing strategy. So I'm comfortable that you can move forward tonight if you so choose.
Perfect, thank you. And then to action item number 10, it is regarding the parking requirements and reduction as well too. I'm actually in favor of making sure that we have adequate parking for some of the reasons that Councilmember Spies has mentioned, but also considering that I've gone to some of these apartments and having a visitor parking spot and finding one is really difficult when you get to these income, affordable housing income. I've done some deliveries of food boxes. I've done some deliveries of gifts for the holidays, and it's just really difficult to find parking in these areas. And we want to make sure that if they're living here, they also have the opportunity to have visitors come visit them as well too. And then considering that, yes, each household may have one car, but what if there's more than one adult that lives there that needs to go to work and travel and not be able to use public transportation as well too? And so I would be in favor of not reducing it to the minimum. If we can take a look at that study, I'd like to take a look at that study before it's presented to council, if you don't mind. And then action item number 19, the study of innovative housing options. I like that idea. I just hope that I know between you, Mr. Jordan, and Ms. Sarah Bontrader, that you have the experience and the expertise in-house, and that we don't farm that out to any consultants to do that, and that we do that in-house first before we take a look at maybe farming that out somewhere else, and maybe holding even a workshop so that our community can sit in on it to learn more about that as well too. Let me see. I had some similar questions about C22 as well too. Heard a lot about traffic study, and I would be in favor of what Councilmember Soon and Councilmember Hume has suggested. I just want to say though, for those of the callers that were on there, thank you for staying on the call and calling in and voicing your concerns. But as Councilmember Hume said, you know, that lot will be developed and it will turn into something, and it may not be something that you're going to like later on down the line, right? And so know that When you buy next to an area that isn't developed, it will be developed. And so I'm in favor of removing that, but also caution you that it may come back to something else that you may not want at all, right? And so knowing that, I would be, in favor. It sounds like everybody wants to remove that. I'm in favor of that. The housing voucher, the Section 8 vouchers, that was action number 23. I definitely want to make sure that we take a look at that, just because with the pandemic, there have been a lot of folks that have been out of homes, have been removed from their homes. And so we want to make sure that we have enough financial support for those that may need it so that they can stay housed. And then, I've received several emails throughout these last couple of weeks and months, actually, as we're talking about these affordable housing. And as Councilmember Hume said, a lot of people, it's the not in my backyard kind of a thing. These are state mandates, as you've heard earlier, and that we as a city need to make sure that they're spread out all across our city and it's not concentrated in just one area. What I've heard many people say tonight is they talked about it being a burden, about it bringing elements of crime and traffic, right? Folks that are doing U-turns in areas that they're not supposed to. And I think one caller even said something about, I didn't know if I should call the police. You should call the police. If there are youth that are doing things that they shouldn't be doing, you should call the police. If there are folks that are doing illegal U-turns, you should call our police, and they will come out there and make sure that they control those areas. But affordable housing is not just about affordable housing. It's about housing resources for all, as Sarah Bontrager said earlier. It's about special needs group as well too. And these are people like teachers. There are people like veterans. There are people that are even hospital workers as well too. They are very good people. My family grew up in a housing complex, and now I get to be here and I get to work in a city where I get to help those that are in need of affordable housing right now to make sure that they too can become self-sufficient and contributors to the city. My husband works for the Elk Grove Police Department. So when you talk about safety, I know all about that as well too, but I came from an affordable housing complex. So we're not all that bad. We're just looking for some assistance, some temporary assistance. So I hope that you all don't think that people that live in those areas bring crime with them or that they're bad people, because they're not. I think that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. You couldn't have said it better. I appreciate the callers and the sentiments, particularly as it relates to traffic concerns and accidents. But I reject the notion that affordable housing brings crime and bad elements. I'm an immigrant to this country. We came and we lived in an apartment, and just some basic human dignity when it comes to taking care of our residents. That's what this is about taking care of our community. So thank you, Vice Mayor Nguyen, for those comments. That's what I had flagged as well. I appreciate all of the callers as it relates to Site C22. But again, bottom line, sympathy there for the traffic concerns and the accidents and some of those elements as it relates to safety. But affordable housing and crime and decreasing property values, I understand the frustrations, but at the end of the day, these are our teachers, they're your coworkers, they're friends, and it's just important to focus on that human dignity aspect. But I do have some remarks in general as it relates to the overall housing element. First and foremost, I want to thank the staff for this fabulous presentation and the Planning Commission, as well as all of the stakeholders in the community that was actively engaged in the process, not only in the written comments, but calling in the videos. I've read and seen everything, and it is important to weigh in the considerations from our community. Okay, my power just went off here. I'm at City Hall. I think it's back on. Hopefully I don't get shut out here. Sorry about that. Obviously, the housing element is very important. It's our way of proactively addressing our housing needs. And so that, this is something we must go through with a very comprehensive outreach process that was outlined by Sarah, which included the city's website, Facebook, Instagram, and Nextdoor. Could we have done more? Perhaps, but we were also dealing with COVID this last year, which obviously limited in-person public meetings. But I think we did a pretty good job, all things considered, in terms of gathering that public input. I support the recommendations as presented, with the exception of C22. And I'm flagging that more so for the traffic concerns and the accidents, not some of the other comments raised, but really for those issues. And then I know that we presented in our report in terms of the candidate sites and what was the criteria that we looked at, which included proximity to services, proximity to jobs, access to public transit, the site size, and sites being free of critical habitat. I do think C22, at least when it comes to the site size itself, it may fall short in just even that criteria, given that it has limited access to this location. So I do think that that is a consideration as we reevaluate C22. Again, with that one singular outlet and not knowing whether the entrance and exit would be on Calvine or the other street. So that is challenging. I'm very interested in staff's recommendation on action 21 in the housing element, which provides the city will explore innovative and alternative housing options that provides greater flexibility and affordability in housing stock. You know, so cities, this is not uncommon to us. This is happening. The housing element update is happening throughout cities all over in California. But this is also a reminder to me, not only as the mayor, but our council and others in the community. A lot of decisions as it relates to affordable housing are taking place at the state legislature. There are several dozen bills that impact affordable housing, and we do a pretty good job of staying engaged with the League of Cities, but really we can be doing a lot more and being advocates for our city as it relates to providing affordable housing needs. Housing is an important policy issue, and it is, like I said, on the forefront of the legislature. There are numerous bills that none of us probably know that are going through the legislative process as it relates to state and local government on land use issues. Some of these bills would provide streamlining and funding to help cities, while there are other bills that would actually undermine our local authority. So it's important to also pay attention to what's happening at the state level, because it has a direct impact on what's happening here. So I will be expanding my relationship with the League of Cities and our lobbying efforts on behalf of the city to really expand our advocacy efforts to make sure that not only our legislators are advocating for the city of Elk Grove, but we are truly proactively addressing affordable housing on a statewide level, which is where, you know, a lot of our funding comes from. Now, most all of our housing options that we've provided address rental. These are not creating home ownership opportunities. And I did read one of our memos from the staff as it related to inclusionary housing. Now, I'm not in favor of inclusionary housing. On its face, it has a lot of red flags to me. However, I'm very interested as it relates to action item 21 to include the exploration of home ownership opportunities, because that's how you truly lift communities and transform lives. When we can have low-income families and moderate-income families experiencing the American dream of home ownership. Access to rental housing to meet our housing challenges is important, but I really don't want to lose sight of building homes that are affordable. And Councilmember Hume hit the nail on the head. We are seeing homes going from $550,000 to $800,000 or more, often $100,000, $200,000 above not only the market rate, but what the value is. And it is pricing out our community from that dream of home ownership. Our own community, our teachers, our law enforcement officers, our firefighters, our working families, we're missing out on that home ownership opportunity. So this is a unique opportunity with our Action 21 to really dive deep and look not only with our staff, but our developers and our other nonprofits that are out there to create home ownership opportunities. You know, another lifetime ago, I was an executive for the Nehemiah Corporation, where we created home ownership opportunities by providing down payment assistance and home ownership education to create home ownership right here in the city of Elk Grove and throughout the country, and it was a very successful program. But there are so many opportunities that we may be missing or we really need to look at. And this is our opportunity as the city, as leaders, to create home ownership, not just addressing affordable housing through the creation of affordable housing projects, which are again, they're rental properties. Let's try to also create, as a challenge to ourselves, home ownership where and when possible, so that we can truly address affordable housing. And so I actively plan to be involved on action item 21 with staff, and I will do what I can as a mayor to work with the legislature, the League of Cities, and other nonprofits to create those opportunities for our residents. I support the removal of C-22. Other than that, I think I am ready to move forward. Excellent comments from my colleagues. And thank you again, Christopher and Sarah, for a fantastic presentation.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I can help out a little bit as you move forward. So we have for you draft motions, which accompany each of the three actions we're asking for this evening. So the first one that's up here is the CEQA motion. This is for the certification of the EIR. We've taken the liberty of drafting motion 2 for the general plan amendment. This is the resolution of intent. We'd like to get clarification on the sites themselves. I believe we've heard concurrence on the removal of site C-22, but I don't know that we've heard concerns on the addition of the 2.5 acre portion of C-25. So we'd like to get clarity on that. And then we have the same draft revision to motion 3 regarding the rezone ordinance.
All right, and I just for the record, I would be in support of, I believe, Councilmember Spies and Hume and others as it relates to C-25.
Question, Mayor. This is Councilmember Soon.
Yes, sir.
Christopher, is there risk of, because I heard you say that the owner of C-25 did not necessarily accept if we include him in the EIR, does that risk a protest to our EIR or provide any other avenues that may upset the apple cart here?
No, I don't believe so. The last communication that I had with the owner was either Thursday or Friday last week, and they had indicated that they were expressing support now for inclusion. And our direction to them was to provide some written correspondence so we could have it for the record, since the staff report was being finalized and published without the site being included. They said they were going to work on getting that to us over the weekend, and as of this morning or this afternoon, we hadn't received anything. I've not had a chance to check voicemails to see if maybe there's one outstanding that they were concurring. So I know they've been back and forth. They weren't opposed to it on the face. It was more of a concerns about, okay, what is timing and feasibility, and how do I work through the development process? So I think at this, they certainly had recognized there were some improvements they've done recently to the balance of the sites, particularly with water accessibility, and they wanted to be able to leverage those improvements for additional development. So I think there's a synergy opportunity here. Our recommendation, maybe based on that, what we're hearing from at least 3 of you this evening is it's probably safe to move forward with it. And then if we need to revisit it in the future, we certainly could.
Okay.
And what's the event center name again?
That would be Eden Gardens, I believe.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure if it does, as long as it doesn't create any issues, if the owner changed his mind and you got to, file a protest for us including it in there. If that's not an issue, then I support that as well.
And if you run into roadblocks, I actually know the owner, and I can help facilitate conversation anyway to be helpful.
Okay, well, we can certainly follow up with them in the morning and
Thank you.
double check everything.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, are we ready to move on to our series of motions, unless there's any other questions or comments for staff?
So, Madam Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Hearing no other comments, I make a motion that the City Council adopt a resolution certifying a subsequent environmental impact report for the housing element update and safety element update, making findings of fact and adopting a statement of overriding considerations and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program.
All right, we have a motion for motion 1.
And I did hear a
second
second from Councilmember Suen.
Yep.
Okay,
And with that motion and second for motion 1 of item 9.3, we will take the roll call vote, starting with maker of the motion, Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen. We'll see if we still have Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute for some reason.
Nope, that happens sometimes with the tech, but I've been there myself. So, but thank you for getting in on the vote. And then Mayor Singh Allen.
aye.
With that, motion 1 of item 9.3 will pass 5-0.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that the city council adopt a resolution of intent to amend general plan by adopting the 2021 housing element and making certain changes to the land use plan for consistency with the 2021 housing element, with the removal of site C22 and addition of the plus or minus 2.5 acre portion of Charlie 25.
You might have been in the military, Charlie 25.
Charlie 25.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
With the motion and the second, that vote on motion 2 of item 9.3, I will start the roll call vote with Councilmember Spies.
Yes.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
And motion 2 of item 9.3 will pass 5-0 as amended.
All righty.
All right, motion 3.
All right, Madam Mayor, I make a motion that the city council introduce and waive the first reading by substitution of title only, an ordinance amending the zoning map for certain sites for consistency with the 2021 housing element, with the removal of site Charlie 22 and an addition of the plus or minus 2.5 acre portion of Charlie 25.
Second, Hume.
We have a motion and a second.
And with the motion and the second, I will move to the roll call vote on the ordinance of item 9.3, starting with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
The ordinance of item 9.3 will pass 5-0.
All right, congratulations.
Before we go to the next item, we're approaching the 10 o'clock hours. Does the council want to waive the 10 o'clock rule?
Waiving the 10 o'clock rule.
Second.
And with the motion and second on the 10 o'clock rule, we will move into the roll call vote. Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
And I vote present. Aye.
We got it. Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
We will continue with the balance of the agenda into the wee hours of the night. With that, that'll take us on to our next item, which is item 9.4, a public hearing to consider a resolution of intent to amend the safety element of the general plan.
Good evening again, Madam Mayor and council members. Christopher Jordan. I'll try to make this one very brief given the hour. The purpose of this agenda item is to amend the safety element for consistency with Assembly Bill 65 of 2019, which requires the city to identify residential developments in a hazard area identified in the safety element that do not have at least 2 emergency evacuation routes. So we are adding some text and analysis into Chapter 8 of the general plan dealing with services, health, and safety, which is the map that's before you on the screen. And then we're also recommending a new policy, SAF 16, requiring adequate emergency access for new development projects. We have existing development standards which obligate for multiple points of access when the lot count reaches a certain minimum level, and this would just create a corollary policy in the general plan in order to reinforce that. There are future amendments that are also being worked on relative to implementing Senate Bill 99. This requires general plan to include information about evacuation routes and their capacity under a range of scenarios and incidents. This analysis is underway. Staff's currently reviewing the administrative draft, and we need to have this back to you later this year to meet the deadline of January 1st of 2022, which is based upon the adoption of the forthcoming update to the local hazard mitigation plan for the county. As we discussed in the last item, the environmental review is covered by a joint supplemental EIR for the housing element and safety element. No impacts were identified specific to the safety element revisions before you this evening, and no further environmental review is required. So with that, staff and the Planning Commission both recommend that you find no further environmental review is required and adopt the resolution of intent to amend the safety element. Available for questions if you have.
All right, at this time, I will declare the public hearing open and open the public comment opportunity.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, there were no prior comments submitted prior to the meeting on item 9.4, and I would invite anyone that's in our Zoom environment to raise their hands if they wish to address item 9.4. And we'll give everyone a bit of time, but I think this is a lot of our folks that were participating under item 9.3. But I do not see any hands raised for public comment under item 9.4. That would conclude the public comment for item 9.4.
All right, then I'll close the public comment opportunity and declare the public hearing is closed. Just again, CJ, for the record, this safety element update bottom line keeps us consistent with state law.
Right.
Thank you. Any council comments or questions?
My only question is, do I only need to read the third motion?
I think you're good, Councilmember Hume, to just move the resolution of intent of item 9.4.
Okay. Then I will do that.
And that gets us to where we need to go because you'll actually finalize this under the next item.
All right,
Okay.
so we have a motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second.
And with the motion and the second under the resolution of intent for item 9.4, I will start the roll call vote with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
Resolution of intent for item 9.4 will pass 5-0.
All right, next item, please.
We'll take us on to item 9.5, which is a public hearing to consider actions approving consolidated general plan amendment for 4 previously approved projects, gated communities in the rural area, bicycle, pedestrian, and trails master plan, 2021 housing element, and safety element update.
So for this item, just a very brief recap. As the council is aware, the city is a general law city, and state law limits general plan law cities to no more than 4 general plan amendments per year. So we consolidate these on occasion where we need to. And for 2021, obviously, there are a number of amendments that are occurring as we're seeing with this agenda item. So we bundled these 4 projects together. 1 you saw last month with the gated communities in the rural area. And then 3 you saw this evening with bicycle, pedestrian, and trails master plan, the housing element, and the safety element update. I won't go into the details of these specifically, but do want to flag that given your revisions on item 9.3, you want to make sure to include in the motion the removal of site C22 and the addition of the 2.5 acre approximate site area on C25. With that, I'm available for questions if you have them.
All right, before we ask questions, I'm going to declare the public hearing open and open the public comment opportunity.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, there were no comments or items received prior to the meeting on item 9.5. And I am now viewing our attendee list here in the Zoom environment. I do not see any hands raised. Now would be the time for folks that are interested in addressing item 9.5 for public comment to use that raised hand function. And we'll give them a few more moments, but we don't seem to be garnering any interest on item 9.5 for public comment. That would conclude public comment for item 9.5.
Thank you. I'm going to close the public comment opportunity and declare that the public hearing is now closed. And now open it up for any council comments or questions of staff. Otherwise, I will entertain a motion. Not all at once here, folks.
I'll go ahead and move the resolution.
I'll second.
And to confirm, that's with the removal of C22 and the addition of C25?
Just like you told me I was supposed to do, Christopher.
Okay, we have a motion and a second with those exemptions.
And with that, we will go to the roll call vote, starting with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Aye.
and Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
The resolution of item 9.5 will pass 5-0.
Okay, on to our next item, please.
Next item will be item 9.6, which is actually 4 public hearings to consider the 54th annexation to CFD 2003-2 for police services, the 66th annexation to CFD 2006-1 for maintenance services, 21st annexation to street maintenance district zone 5R, and the 40th annexation to stormwater drainage fee zone 2.
Can you see my screen, Jason?
Indeed, we have visuals. Please proceed.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Renee Attar here, Finance Analyst for the city with a presentation for proposed annexations into the city special tax district. I will try to keep this very brief. Super familiar slide by now. The city maintains 8 special tax districts which provide funding for infrastructure or for services. Annexations into the appropriate districts are typically part of a project's approval process. The requirements are specific for each project and vary according to the geographic location and building use. The special taxes are subject to annual rate adjustments. Tonight we have 2 projects that are being proposed for annexation into the special tax districts as follows. We have the McGarry Ranch Village 2 project, which is proposed to annex into CFD 2003-2 police services, which provides funding for public safety services. And also Street Maintenance District 1, which is for local collector and arterial street maintenance services. And then the second project is the Raising Cane's project, which is proposed to annex into CFD 2006-1 maintenance services throughout the city, and into stormwater drainage fee zone 2, which provides for stormwater drainage and runoff maintenance services. All 4 of these assessments will be levied in perpetuity. More specifically about the projects, the first project proposed for annexation consists of, was the McGarry Ranch Village 2 project, consists of 161 single-family units located southeast of White Block Parkway and Bruceville Road. This project's parcel was annexed into Laguna Ridge CFD 2005-1 on March 10th of this year. And then the second project proposed for annexation consists of 1.6 non-residential acres. It's for the Raising Cane's restaurant, which will be located at the intersection of Bond Road and Highway 99. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. I will declare the public hearing for CFD 2003-2 open. And now open up the public comment opportunity.
And Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, no comments were received prior to the meeting for item 9.6, and that will actually run consistent through all 4 of the public hearings we'll be holding for these items. No items were received prior. I'm just watching our list on Zoom, but I do not see any hands raised to ask or have inquiries on this. That'll conclude the public comment for our first public hearings for 2003-2 here.
All right, thank you. I'll close the public comment opportunity and declare the public hearing for CFD 2003-2 closed and entertain a motion number 1.
Motion A1.
We have a motion.
Second.
Motion and a second.
With the motion and the second, that vote on motion A1, I will start with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
The resolution of motion A1 will pass 5-0.
All right, I'd like to request the results of the ballot tabulation.
Of 161 possible votes, 161 affirmative votes were cast authorizing the city of Elk Grove to levy a special tax at the rate apportioned and described. The measure passes with more than 2/3 of all votes cast in the election in favor of the measure. A resolution declaring the results of the election is available for council consideration.
All right, thank you for that. Motion A2.
Motion A2.
Second, Hume.
And with the motion in the second on A2, I will go to the roll call vote, starting with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
Motion A2 will pass 5-0.
Motion A3, introduce and waive the full reading by substitution of title only, an ordinance levying and apportioning the special tax and territory annexed to Community Facilities District number 2003-2, Police Services, annexation number 54, and amending Elk Grove Municipal Code, section 3.18.010.
All right, we have a motion.
Second.
Motion and a second.
And with the motion and the second, I will move to the roll call vote, starting with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
Ordinance of motion A3 will pass 5-0.
All right, we're on to our second public hearing, CFD 2006-1, Annex 66. I will declare the public hearing for CFD 2006-1 open and open the public comment opportunity.
And again, no prior comments were submitted. And as I look at our list of attendees, I have no hands raised on this item. That'll conclude the public comment for CFD 2006-1, Annex 66.
All right, I'll close the public comment opportunity and declare the public hearing for CFD 2006-1 closed. Need a motion for B1.
Move B1.
Second.
With the motion of the second, we'll move to the roll call vote. Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
Resolution of motion B1 will pass 5-0.
All right, I'd like to request the results of the ballot tabulation.
Of 2 possible votes, 2 affirmative votes were cast authorizing the city of Elk Grove to levy a special tax at the rate apportioned and described. The measure passes with more than 2/3 of all votes cast in the election in favor of the measure. A resolution declaring the results of the election is available for council consideration.
Thank you. On to motion B2.
Motion B2.
Second.
We have a
Hume.
motion. Thank you.
With the motion and the second, the vote for B2 will start with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
Resolution of motion B2 will pass 5-0.
All right, on to B3.
Motion B3, introduce and waive the full reading by substitution of title only, an ordinance levying the apportioning and the special tax in territory annexed to Community Facilities District number 2006-1, Maintenance Services, annexation number 66, and amending Elk Grove Municipal Code section 3.19.010.
Second.
Second.
With the motion and the second of the ordinance of motion B3, we'll start with the roll call vote, starting with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
Ordinance of motion B3 will pass 5-0.
All right, we are on to our third public hearing, SMD 5, Annex 21. I'd like to declare the public hearing for SMD 5, Annex 21 open and open the public comment opportunity.
And again, no comments were received prior to the meeting, and I do not see any of our attendees with a raised hand. That will conclude the public comment for SMD 5, Annex 21.
All right, I will close the public comment opportunity and declare the public hearing for SMD 5, Annex 21 closed. And request the clerk to provide results of the ballot tabulation.
There is no majority protest of 161 possible votes weighted according to the proportional financial obligation for the property. 161 affirmative votes were returned. The ballot approves the proposed assessment and the proposed inflation adjustment limit described for the parcel identified in the ballot. A resolution determining the levy assessments in the district is available for council consideration.
All right, thank you for that. Motion C.
Motion C.
Second.
And with the motion and the second motion, the resolution of motion C, I will start the roll call vote with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
Resolution of motion C passes 5-0.
All right, we're getting towards the end here. Bear with me. The next one is the fourth public hearing for SWDF Zone 2 Annex 40. I would like to declare the public hearing for SWDF Annex 40 open and open the public comment opportunity.
And again, no comments were received prior to the meeting, and of our attendees in the Zoom environment, I do not see any raised hands. That will conclude the public comment for SWDF Annex 40.
All right, I'll close the public comment opportunity and declare that the public hearing for SWDF Annex 40 is closed and request the clerk to provide the results of the ballot tabulation.
There is no majority protest of 2 possible votes weighted according to the proportional financial obligation for each property. 2 affirmative votes were returned. The ballot approves the proposed assessment and the proposed inflation adjustment limit described for the parcel identified in the ballot. A resolution determining to levy assessments in the district is available for council consideration.
All right.
Motion D.
Motion
Second.
D. All right, we have a motion and a second.
With the motion and the second, that roll call vote will start with Councilmember Spies.
Aye.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Aye.
And Mayor Singh Allen.
Aye.
Resolution and motion D will pass 5-0, and that'll conclude the actions of item 9.6.
All right, excellent. On to our next item, please.
Take us to section 10, our regular agenda action items and recommendations, starting with item 10.1, which is to receive an overview report of the proposed fiscal years 2021-2026 capital improvement program.
The floor is yours, sir.
Oh, thank you. Let me share my screen. Jason, just checking to make sure you can see my screen.
We've got visuals and audio. Please proceed.
Wonderful. Okay, Kevin Busey, Capital Program Manager, City of Elk Grove, here to present an item 10.1, the proposed fiscal year 2021-2026 capital improvement program. So before we get into the 5-year program, I want to talk a little bit about the current year. This year we had 24 projects are expected to award by June 30th. We had a goal of 24 projects. We met our goal. It's always good to meet our goal. This year on grants, we submitted 9 grants, or we got 9 grants awarded for just over 20.4 million. Our goal was 7.5 million. So we exceeded that goal by quite a bit. The 2 big amounts of grants were from the 9.8 million from the Sacramento Area Council of Governments and the 8.8 million from the Highway Safety Improvement Program. Just want to highlight a few projects. Franklin Boulevard Cycle Track was completed this fiscal year. That's a cycle track beginning on Bighorn Boulevard going northward on Franklin Boulevard. We've also got a trail project called the Drainage Shed A project that was completed. That's in our Alternative Transportation Modes program. Looking at the Preserve District 56, that's not completed, but it will be completed. It's in construction now in the fall of 2021. This is a photo after one of the rain events showing the pond feature. It's also some pictures that Jeff Werner provided earlier in the meeting of this. And then some more community enhancements. This is Oasis Park on the left. That is nearly complete. And we also have Old Town Plaza on the right, which is coming in the summer of 2021 very quickly. This is a picture from today, the erection of the pavilion structure. Shed C Middle Reach, that dark blue area, we were able to acquire that this fiscal year, which is needed for that Shed C to be constructed within the Southeast Policy area. And then moving on to some more facilities, we awarded a design build contract for the District 56 solar array. That construction of that should be completed in spring of 2022. And then we completed a wellness room in our City Hall as well. Moving on to transportation, we completed our annual pavement slurry seal and resurfacing project. And then summer 2021 should be our Railroad Street project. I have a couple of pictures of that. The one on the right was taken today, kind of showing the more completed version of Railroad Street from the spur line that we essentially uncovered, if you will, with the kind of the restaurant in the background. And with that, that's the quick overview of the current year, and then we're going to get into the 5-year CIP. So the 5-year program really reflects the city's capital project priorities. The first year is part of the city's annual budget, and the remaining years are a forecast. From just to give you an idea of how the CIP is developed, there are 3 main ingredients to the capital improvement program. We've got potential projects, funding availability, and available staff resources. Potential projects come from either the general plan, fee programs, input from city council, and from the public. And then we look at funding availability. We look at a projection of revenue over a 5-year period. We looked at the type of revenue or funding, which is either restricted or discretionary, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And then availability of staff resources to deliver all those projects, and all that goes into the 5-year capital improvement program. The overall capital improvement program is broken into 5 pieces. We've got alternative transportation modes, community enhancements, drainage, facilities, and transportation. And then there are some studies or minor public works projects that are which are under $250,000 are not included in the CIP. They're included in that budget. From a funding standpoint, the 5-year program is about $171 million. 2.5 of that is discretionary, which means it can be used for a variety of uses. $131.5 million is restricted. As an example, roadway fee funding can only be used for roadway fee projects. And then we have about $37.28 million that is unfunded. Unfunded is in this case is grants we anticipate getting in the next 5 years. The 5-year program has 79 projects. 10 of those are new. 26 of those are active prior year projects, meaning they are receiving no new funds in the next 5 years, which is typically because they are going to construction or are in construction now. So now a quick walkthrough through the alternative transportation modes component of the CIP. So that program is $20.56 million. 13 million of that is funded, and the other 7.5 is where we're looking for grants with 15 projects. One new project that was added was the Citywide Curb Ramp 2022 project, and then I wanted to highlight a Cool Trail pilot project where we're looking at slurry sealing an existing trail to change the color to a lighter color to reduce heat island effects and improve greenhouse gas or reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Looking ahead, Laguna Creek Interregional Trail Master Plan, the RFP for that is out now. Getting that work started will help us position for grant opportunities along Laguna Creek to fill in some gaps in the Laguna Creek corridor. The 2021 Bicycle Pedestrian Trails Master Plan, which is adopted tonight, looking at implementing that. And then I also added in partnering with SAC-RT and a light rail extension, and then supporting San Joaquin Regional Rails Commission's effort to extend Altamont Commuter Expressway. There may be, could be a capital component to those elements in the future. With that, moving community enhancements. Community enhancements is about 15 million. There are 13 projects. That program is fully funded. Really, we added one new project, which is the Southeast Policy Area Neighborhood Park K. There's enough revenue within the Southeast Policy Area to now start building parks in the Southeast Policy Area. So this will be our first program park. Looking ahead, completing the preserve at District 56, which is a high priority project, completing Old Town Plaza, similar high priority project, and then continued development of parks in Laguna Ridge and Southeast Policy Area. And then bringing recycled water to Southeast Policy Area is another priority. Drainage is about $12 million program with 6 projects. It is fully funded. The one new project we added here was the pump station improvements, phase 2. We did some pump station improvements a few years ago. We're looking at some additional improvements on the pump stations. And then we are, big picture looking ahead is implementing the storm drain master plan. That moves us to facilities. Facilities is about 11 million with 17 projects. That program is fully funded. New project that we added this year was the 9260 Elko Boulevard library improvements, which is the Rite Aid building that we purchased that is shown in the capital program. Looking ahead, the police department campus improvements and expansion is a big priority for us, and getting that 9362 studio court remodel so it can be used by the police department. And then ideally, we'd love to find a solution to funding for the Library and Cultural Arts Center. On transportation, we're at it's $113 million, biggest program. About 83 million of that is funded. About 30 million of that is we're looking for grants. It's 28 projects. So quite a few new projects. We added our 2022 pavement slurry sealing resurfacing. These projects that are underlined come from grants. So I just want to point that out. So this North Laguna Creek area, Bighorn Boulevard, Franklin Boulevard improvements, that was a grant we got from SACOG. It'll extend the Franklin Boulevard cycle track to Laguna Boulevard. There'll be pavement resurfacing happening on Bighorn Boulevard, east of Franklin Boulevard, along with buffered bike lanes. We've also got funding from SACOG for the Grant Line Road and Wilton Road operational improvements. And so what the plan there is essentially when the Grant Line Road Sheldon area precise plan is done, this will give us money to do environmental work on that. It'll position us well for future grant funding for that particular intersection. We've got Sheldon Road and Bradshaw Road improvements where we're doing some tweaks to the roundabout to improve that roundabout. We've got some design work on Calvine Road. I call it Complete Streets. There's some missing segment or gaps in the sidewalk and some of the lanes west of Elk Grove, Florida. That will look at that, and then hopefully partnering with the county to solve those issues. And then the big one here is the citywide traffic signal enhancement and congestion relief project. There's a large grant we got from the Highway Safety Improvement Program. We combine that with two other grants we got from SACOG. I believe it's a little over $11 million project. It'll impact 76 intersections and includes an adaptive traffic signal pilot project, pilot on Elk Grove Boulevard, and really excited about that project. And then this last one is a new minor project I want to point out was the Greenway Phase 2. We had implemented the Greenway Phase 1, I think right before COVID hit. This is the Phase 2 of that, which would be from about Bruceville westwardly to I-5 on Elk Grove Boulevard and Laguna Boulevard. So looking ahead, construction and completion of Railroad Street, Grant Line Road Widening Phase 2, and Camera Road Phase 1. And then focusing on Camera Road Phase 2 and really getting that Bruceville I-5 segment through NEPA and right-of-way completed so that's really grant ready. White Lock Parkway interchange will be beginning that EIR. Again, I'm focusing on that citywide traffic signal enhancement and congestion relief project. The Old Town Area Streetscape Phase 2, right-of-way, getting through right-of-way and working with SMUD to get that project moving is a priority for us. So a couple potential changes just for transparency purposes between this proposed CIP and the final. The annexation of SAC-RT occurring on April 14th, we anticipate now removing the Transit Fleet Facility Electrical Infrastructure Project. The indication that we've had with SAC-RT after that has been that they do no longer want to move forward with that, and those funds would be used for some other use. And then we do have a Transit Route 1 and 10 enhancement in the CIP. At this point, that likely will stay in the CIP, but we'll have to work with SAC-RT on that separately. Of all those grants we talked about, those were all awarded in March of this year. The projects were awarded, but they were not actually programmed. So at this point, we've been able to program them in the years that we requested them, but we'll be working with SACOG and others to get those programmed before we authorize those funds. A couple other minor project changes, Grant Line Widening Phase 2, we had some in lieu funds that weren't added to the project. We're looking at adding those in lieu funds. It should have been added at award. Annual pavement slurry seal resurfacing, we need to make some tweaks to that, to right size that. We do have a shower improvements at 8401 Laguna Palms Way. We'll be making that change. And then that State Route 99 aux lanes that was approved on consent tonight. That's not in the CIP because it was approved tonight. We'll be adding that. Really excited about the aux lane projects. We'll be essentially Caltrans will be constructing northbound aux lanes from Elk Grove Boulevard to Calvine Road this summer, I believe. And then American Rescue Plan, the guidelines were issued on that on Monday. So there could be a capital project that happens out of that. But it's really too early to tell. I just wanted to point that out. So with that, I'm going to this last slide, which really talks about key points here are, we want to continue to meet or exceed our annual goals in project delivery and getting grants. And then we want to focus on delivery of key projects. And I've got the ones that are key here, which is the Laguna Creek Interregional Trail Master Plan, bringing recycled water into SEPA, continued development in parks in Laguna Ridge and SEPA, getting the police department expansion completed, the Elk Grove Boulevard Library, where the Rite Aid building was. If we could find a funding solution for the Library and Cultural Arts Center, that would be phenomenal. Getting Camera Road Phase 2, which is that Brucefield I-5 piece, NEPA, through NEPA, and getting that right away started, really positioned for grants. Getting the Whitelock Parkway Interchange EIR moving forward. And then I've hit this citywide traffic signal enhancement Chester Relief Project. That's a big priority. And then Old Town Area Streetscape Phase 2 is getting through right away and trying to finalize some of our discussions with SMUD to get that through right away. So those are the key points. I'm available for any questions you may have. And I can stop sharing.
All right, I would like to open up the public comment opportunity.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, there were no comments submitted prior to the meeting under item 10.1. And I'm just looking towards our attendee list in the Zoom environment to see if there's any raised hands, and I am not seeing any raised hands at the current time. And with no raised hands for item 10.1, that will conclude the public comment for item 10.1.
All right, I will go ahead and close the public comment opportunity and open it up for council comments. Provide direction. We can start with Council Member Sun.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Kevin, for the presentation. It was very informative. It's great to see all the exciting things that are in process and coming our way. I think our residents are very lucky to have you and the rest of the Public Works staff implementing these projects. I'm excited to see the extension of Camera Road and bringing that to fruition, that interregional trail plan, the completion of all the projects you highlighted at District 56 and Old Town. There's just so much fun things happening in the city. I can't say enough about it. So thank you very much for that information.
Thank you, sir. Council Member Spies, any questions or comments?
Just quick comments. It's always satisfying to meet your goals and in some cases exceed them, particularly in the grants. I want to say congratulations to you on that. Thanks for the presentation today. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Hume.
Thank you, Mayor. Great presentation, Kevin. And I agree with what Councilmember Kevin just said with respect to actually scaring up the money and trying to get the grants secured so we can actually do these projects. Reviewing the CIP is always so enjoyable because it really sets the roadmap for priority projects that the city wants to do, as well as looking at all the ones that are under construction and nearing completion. And it's really exciting to take a look at some of these things that are nearing completion and what they're going to mean for the community as a whole, but certainly the neighborhoods in which they're located. So thanks for the update. Appreciate it.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
No comments. I agree with everything that was mentioned earlier. I do like the binder as well too. When we got asked if we wanted to print it out ourselves or if we wanted a copy. I took the binder and I looked through it and started highlighting things in there too. So I agree with Councilmember Hume. I'm really excited to see everything, and I always look forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I echo the same comments. It was great to see as a new mayor. I'm enjoying my binder here. Excellent reading. Great to see all of the accomplishments in fiscal year 2020 and 21, the goals identified for this year and next year, and the priority projects moving forward. Very comprehensive presentation. Excellent, excellent work. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on to our next item.
That next item will be item 10.2, which is consider industrial development opportunities at city-owned property on Grant Line Road in lieu of the multi-sport park complex.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Christopher Jordan. I'll run through this as brief as I can, given the late hour. I'm joined this evening by Daryl Doan if you have any questions on the economic development side. As you're aware, the city purchased a approximately 100-acre parcel in August of 2014 at the from the northeast corner of Grant Line and New Waterman Road at a purchase price of approximately $4 million, or just under $1 per square foot, with the intent of pursuing a multi-sport complex project. Annexation of the property is currently pending for the city, and we'll talk about that a little bit in a moment. The design was last seen by council in September of 2015. I won't go too deep into the details, but we do provide a link to that report in the staff report for tonight. The facility as designed had a total price of between $46 million and $57 million, depending upon the level of amenities and components that were included. Staff had prepared a pro forma at that time and identified that the operating costs could be covered based upon user revenue, but the construction cost would require some form of bond financing. The council raised concern with this at the time and directed staff to pursue other options to reduce the cost and liability obligations. This included reducing the project elements, reducing the size of the project, and disposing of a portion of the site to generate income to finance the construction. Since 2015, a number of action items have occurred, including recently this year. In May of 2019, the Local Agency Formation Commission, or LAFCO, approved the Sphere of Influence Amendment. That's the first step towards annexation of the property. In March of last year, we brought you an agenda item requesting direction, and you concurred with declaring the site surplus. This allows staff to begin discussions with interested parties in a potential sale for an undetermined portion of the site. As we'll talk about in a moment, staff has received interest from multiple industrial users and developers. We'll go through that in a moment. Earlier this year, you approved the pre-zoning and general plan amendments and adoption of infrastructure master plans and certification of the environmental review for the site. Shortly thereafter, staff submitted the annexation application to LAFCO for bringing the property in. We're looking at a portion of the larger sphere, a little over 300 acres being considered at this time. So including the city property and the neighboring Kendrick and Cypress Abbey properties towards the southwest. An annexation hearing before LAFCO is currently tentatively scheduled for June 2nd, so early next month. A moment ago, I mentioned the development interest. We've received a couple pieces here. The first is from Kubota North America, for K&A. They're requesting purchase of the front approximately 60 acres. This would include a 45-acre development site for their warehouse and distribution center. There would also be a 7-acre detention basin and an additional 8 acres of various road improvements, primarily along the extension of Waterman Road. Staff is still negotiating the terms of that transaction, and we anticipate bringing that to council for consideration within the next 60 to 90 days. This leaves 40 acres approximately of remainder area, and we're seeking direction or concurrence from staff and from council this evening on what you'd like us to do with this land, how you'd like to proceed. Your staff report outlines 3 options in varying levels of detail. I'll summarize them here, and then if you have questions, we can go into the details. Option 1 is to pursue interest that we've had from the market to pursue further industrial development. We would look at least at this point, an option agreement with a developer. We've identified that party as a subsidiary of Panattoni Development. They've expressed interest recently. That would allow them the opportunity to market to potential users. This would further goals that the city has about bringing more jobs into the city and looking at those industrial opportunities. Option 2 would be to go back to pursuing the sports park complex itself. Although if we were to apply the proceeds from the Kubota project to that ultimate development, at this time, we think there is a deficiency still of between $9 and $13 million based upon current construction pricing for other parks in the area. So there would still need to be some sort of annual subsidy involved in terms of bringing that project to life. There have been concerns raised about the land use and character of the area being compatible with this sort of use. You heard this from your planning commission back in January when they made the recommendation on the pre-zoning, and certainly staff shares some of those concerns. The third option we've outlined for you this evening is an opportunity to relocate the county fair from the Cal Expo complex. They've expressed desires for that relocation into South County, given the number of 4-H and their agricultural programs in our area and other areas of South County. There certainly is a synergy opportunity to do that. They prepared a pro forma looking at the opportunity cost to develop a site in the city, have identified total cost of construction between $88 million and $100 million. They have noted to staff that this requires some level of phased approach, but ultimately their analysis looks at the opportunities. The financial opportunities are really covered more on the operations side. The full development cost analysis hasn't been identified. They have identified a number of different options to look at, but nothing has been completed. So based upon those options, after further review, staff's recommendation this evening is to direct staff to pursue sale of the remainder property for an industrial use. And that concludes my presentation, and staff's available to answer questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Before we get to questions, I'm gonna open up the public comment opportunity.
And Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, we did not receive any pre-submitted comments on item 10.2 before the meeting. But in our meeting environment in Zoom, we do have an attendee on the phone line with a number ending in 281 who is signed up to speak. I'll pull up that speaker timer. I will ask Mr. Jordan if you can please tick down the presentation. Thank you. And then staff will pull them in, and I'm just working on trying to figure out how to share my screen in the later hour of the night. There we go.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
You have 3 minutes. Yes.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Antonio Acevedo. I'm calling in to comment on the Kubota North America project, agenda item number 10.2. As the council takes this project into consideration, please keep in mind that local construction projects matter. Reinvestment in our community matters. My questions are, 1, will there be a commitment to utilize local hire? 2, will the contractor be required to provide workers health care? 3, will the contractor be required to pay area standard wages on all their projects? And 4, will the project reinvest in education of the next generation by requiring the use of state certified apprentices? And finally, projects with no commitments or contractor requirements just add to the downward pressure on our community and its workers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments or callers?
And I'm looking over our participant list, and I do not see any of our attendees in the audience. None of them have the raised hand function, so that will conclude the public comment on item 10.2.
All right, I will go ahead and close the public comment opportunity and open it up for council comments, questions. We will start with Councilmember Hume.
Thank you, Mayor. I still hold out hope that the planets will align and somehow we can help the county fair folks bring the fairgrounds in the South County become a reality again. But I don't think that the tucked away the remainder parcel with no visibility is the spot with which to do that. So I support option 1.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Spies.
I would align with Councilmember Hume on that. I would absolutely love to see county fair back in South County, but I don't think that spot will work. So anyway, option 1, please.
Councilmember Sin.
Thank you, Mayor. I share those sentiments, but similarly, even more so for the sports complex, given at this moment in time with no secure funding and to bring that to fruition, and having this opportunity in front of us now, I would hope that we can find another another site somewhere in the city or within nearby, that we could still pursue that vision, because I know we got some great soccer leagues and a lot of kids want to play. So I'm still hopeful, holding that hope for that. But I think at this time, pursuing option 1 is probably the best course of action. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you, ma'am. I am in support of option 1, anything that we could bring more jobs to our city here and for our residents. I understand the speaker that spoke earlier, making sure that we do some local hire. I'm all in for that. And I'm actually going to kick that soccer ball over to CSD, because CSD is Parks and Recs, and I'd like to see CSD develop the Sports Entertainment Center. So option 1 for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I echo the same comments. I'm excited about the prospect of Kubota North America coming here to our city. It's a great reminder that Elk Grove is open for business and a destination for not only national companies, but multinational companies as well. This is going to be an excellent job creator. And, the best use for this site at this time is an industrial use, most efficient use for that remainder of the 40 acres. I think it would be consistent. I would love to see a fair, but this is really not the best location. And there's a lot of concerns as it stands right now, not only in terms of location, but unfunded cost concerns, uncertainty of timeline, and so forth. And in terms of a sports complex, I think Vice Mayor Nguyen is onto something. Let's see what our CSD partners can create, since that really is within their domain. But again, that 40-acre remainder would not be suitable for either of those. So I support option number 1. And to the caller that called in, I hear you. I appreciate your comments, and hopefully the companies heard you as well, and we'll share your sentiments, because I share some of those same values. So thank you for your comments. With that, I think you have a direction here. So is there anything else you need from us?
No, we're good. Thank you.
All right. Well, gosh, we're at the conclusion of the evening. It is now 10:45. I will officially adjourn our meeting. Thank you so much. Be safe, everyone.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night.